Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into worn leather boots, crunching across frost-stiffened grass toward firelit smoke. Ancient Anglo-Saxon, salt-making probably won boost your TikTok clout. But let's be honest, you tap out before breakfast without espresso. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your coordinates too. I'm endlessly curious whose midnight matches this drizzle-soaked English dawn. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Wood smoke claws your throat first, that sting of green timber snapping in clay ovens. Brine follows, thick enough to slick your lips like seawater. 40 years of labor-blackened rafters sag overhead, their cracks weeping condensed salt tears. Someone left the birch bark bucket upside down, now half-melted frost pools around your ankles. Down the ridge 3 figures hunch over peat stacks. Their knives rip through damp earth, a sound like wet linen tearing. You lug an armful toward the central fire pit, each clay brick hollowed for steady heat. History nerds know salt equaled wealth back then Roman soldiers got paid in it. Yet your fingers freeze around these crumbling bricks. Zero chance of retiring rich today. The copper trough glints dully, its belly crusted white from decades of simmering brine. You skim oily foam off the surface, dead insects suspended like cursed raisins. Fun fact, some Saxon texts suggest clarifying brine with a hum ox urine. Let's hope that's folklore. This vat smells rough enough already. Light bleeds over the ridge weak as watered milk. It shows the new apprentice's hands shaking, spilling precious granules onto dirt. His cough echoes yours, an orchestra of phlegmy desperation. Workers here rarely saw 30 winters. Think about that during your next yoga class. Morning brings traders rattling up the path, emptier promises than a politician's speech. Their scales tip suspiciously, your finest salt cakes weighed against mildewed barley sacks. Historians still argue whether Salt-Kettle Ridge supplied royal feasts or just flavored peasant gruel. Right now, it barely buys yesterday's bread. Blackthorn branches scratch the drying shed walls, their shadows like skeletal fingers pointing. Inside, shallow trays trap thinning liquid, sunlight bullying moisture skyward. You poke a sludgy crystal mass, palm calluses catching on razor-edged facets. By midday, the oldest worker Guthrum limps past the well. He squints westward, where rumors of French rock salt flood local markets. His wheeze sounds like a broken bellows. No modern inhaler handy, obviously. Artificial coziness alert. Imagine this audio smoothed by KOKORO's neural networks, while actual Saxon life involved perpetual lung gunk. You hack apart oak logs, the axe thunk reverberating through sore wrists. Resin bubbles amber from fresh splits, stickier than off-brand lip gloss. Stack them under ratty hides, protection against evening damp already creeping in. The hearth fire spits jealous sparks, embers winking like drunken fireflies. Slide iron hooks beneath the trough, now, blackened palms recognizing every dent and bend. Harsh truth, this entire operation runs on luck and backaches. Orders bellowed from the ridgetop. Some idiot let the peat pile collapse. Your shoulders scream objections as you haul replacements, muscles threatening mutiny. Could this script make salt production sexy? Absolutely not. Drizzle returns, turning ash pits into gray porridge. Workers huddle near the kiln, blankets reeking of smoke and sour sweat. Their gossip revolves around Danish raids and whether itchy beards attract more lice. Sunset arrives early, swallowing the valley in bruise-colored shadows. One last check of the hardening salt bricks, fingertips brushing their jagged skin. You're not paid enough for this, spoiler. They paid you in turnips, sometimes. Salt-Kettle Ridge settles, wind humming through the wrecked roof thatch. Your cot waits, straw mattress hosting generations of fleas. As stars shiver awake, so does the knowledge heavy as that copper trough. Tomorrow, same knife-sharp dawn, same bog stink, same slow fade into history's footnotes. But tonight, salt crusts your eyelashes, and sleep drags you under like an ebbing tide. The trough's weight never leaves your palms, even in dreams. You wipe wood ash from your brow, the sting of last night's embers still clinging to your sleeves. Dawn paints Salt-Kettle Ridge in bruised purples, a palette no natural dye could match. Your boots crunch salt-bound sand as you approach the brine well, that ever-weeping scar in the earth. Here's where your grandfather drove 9 hazel rods into the mud, each one charmed against sour spirits. Cold seeps through your soles as you kneel, tracing the 3 offerstones embedded in the well's rim. Historians debate whether these grooves formed naturally or held ritual meaning. You know better. Each stone whispers with a dead keeper's thumbprint, pressed deep when fever claimed them. Today, the middle rock thrums oddly like a beetle trapped in amber. Spring water rises clear and cruel, so cold it gnaws at your wrist hairs. You dip the sacred ladle, a warped thing hammered from Roman bronze. 99 seasons of salt crust cling to its belly, rough as a barnacle's kiss. Funny how rituals start. Some Frankish merchant traded this scrap for 2 salt cakes ages back. Now you use it to measure offerings. Proof even holy things have bargain bin origins. Ancient Saxon law demanded salt taxes, paid in iron ingots, 1 per cartload hauled to market. Today you dump barley grains instead, 3 handfuls stolen from your own supper. The water churns brown for a heartbeat before swallowing your meager bribes. Shame licks your ribs. This well deserves honeycomb or blood, not peasant's gruel. A dog's howl splits the mist, same raw-throated cry from yesterday's hunt. Your fingers find the flint knife tied to your belt, its edge kissed by spring water. Solid handle, no fancy carvings like those new crucifix blades the monks sell. You prickle your thumb, a ruby bead wells up. Historians still argue whether these wells were testing for salt density or playing blood games with older gods. Drip, 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 your offering swirls into the depths. No satisfying plink today, just a wet gasp like a dying man's sigh. You peer over the edge. Far below, ripples twist into faces. Grandsire Hrothgar's milky eyes blink once. Then gone. The well gift should have surfaced by now, some shiny token from the underworld. Last week, a Roman coin green as envy. Today, only a water strider skitters over lazy currents. Maybe Ethelred forgot his dues again. That bone idle boy skimming pebbles down the shaft yesterday. You spit into the void, watching saliva hover midair, then vanish. Digging into your pouch, you scatter salt over the stones. Each crystal flares blue-white in the weak light, forged from summer evaporations. Legend claims Alfred's scribes once wrote with salt ink, their parchments dissolving with every damp breath. True or not, you've seen how brine cures fools, scours lies from tongues. Your left knee pops like kindling as you rise. 30 winters kneeling here grafted the ache into marrow. Stretching, you catch whiffs of peat smoke from the boiling shed, sourdough stink from the workers' hovel, threading between them the sharp perfume of drying kelp. Someone's burning rushes again, idiot. That green reek clogs throats worse than marsh fog. Back at the well, something glints in the mud, a chipped blade no longer than your pinky, shaped like a crescent moon. Viking work, or maybe Britain. Scholars can't agree if curved knives came from raiders or Roman blacksmiths gone rogue. You rub grime off the edge, still sharp enough to shave arm hair. Tuck it behind the third, offering stone, a new guardian for thirsty ghosts. Sunlight finally crests the ridge, turning brine puddles into molten silver. Your shadow stretches gaunt across the yard, a wraith hungry for breakfast. No time yet. Springs show their true selves at false dawn. You chuck an iron nail into the water, listening for the lie. 5 heartbeats until the clink. Ancestors say bubbles rising straight meant war-curling ones foretold lovers' quarrels. These just gurgle, then nothing. A crow croaks overhead, dry as a bread crust left in Lent. Wind shifts, carrying stench from the oak bark troughs. Those tanners upriver are boiling hides again. Their waste taints everything. Even prime-grade salt cakes reek like a hound's wet fur now. Buyers whine, but still pay hunger for preservation beat stink. Memories slither in black wraiths in the brine mist. 8 summers past, the great salt blight. Every vat foamed green slime. Children spat nails after eating cured fish. Guthrum claimed it was Freya's tears, punishment for mixing bloodlines in the brine pits. Others whispered of poisoned springs, revenge from the marsh people we displaced. You'd led 6 men to the hills, hauling salt-consecrated rams to bargain with woodland spirits. But that's a tale the fire should eat, not morning air. Time to tend living things. Dry peat crumbles under your calloused fingers, each brick placed with prayers older than Woden's missing eye. You stack them like fallen teeth, blackened shards scraped from marsh graves. Funny how something so dead keeps fires breathing. A fact you learned young: thick smoke means rot seeping from rain-sick logs. Blue flames snake upward, first licks against the copper kettle's belly. This old beast holds scars from 63 harvests, each dent a failed rebellion against heat. Workers say starving kilns scream louder. You've only ever heard creaks. Maybe fire loses its voice when fed peat full of crow bones. Now for the chant, the part that brings sweat to your neck. Throat gravel grinds out the opening note, ash to ember, salt to stone. Historians still argue whether these tunes were work rhythms or coded pleas to the hearth gods. Yours includes 7 verses about herring guts, because great-granda insisted brine spirits love fish puns. Smoke curls around your wrists like gray wolf pups nipping at wool sleeves. Workers once swore they saw battle ghosts in these swirls, omens told through choking haze. You squint, today's plume just looks like a drunk badger dancing. Not the best sign, but better than last month's stab wound shape. Someone left birch bark mixed with the peat, sweet stink, cutting through the usual rot. Modern scholars debate whether Saxons really used resin-rich woods for steady burns. This answer stings your eyes raw. You poke the offense with an iron rod, watching it curl into charcoal lace. Heat blisters the air above the vat. That shimmering veil wavers like a mirage. Your knuckles remember frostbite. Now they toast like campfire bread. Balance, always balance. Thumb joints crack as you toss salt grains into the flames. Each pop a tiny drumbeat. Old wives claim salt thrown in fire chases off spiteful ghosts. You mostly do it to annoy Ethelred's lurking spirit. A bubble rises in the brine, fat and slow, bursting with a wet gasp. Then another. Soon the whole surface seethes, pearl chains dancing before sinking back into gray depths. This part always hypnotized the children. They'd lean too close, steam kissing their cheeks pink. You wave away memories like gnats. Today's brew needs watching. Your knees protest as you rise, peering over the kettle's crusted rim. Brine whispers below, churning like storm sea broth. No sickly green scum today, just lazy froth the color of gull feathers. Workers call it the good sweat, when bubbles form tight clusters without foaming over. You carve a tally mark into a support beam. 3 decent boils this moon cycle. Wind gusts down the chimney, blowing ash into your eyebrows. Cursing, you jam scrap leather between loose bricks. Temporary fix, like kissing a wound closed. That Frankish trader offered metal chimney pipes last spring, laughed when you paid him in salt-packed trout. Now comes the stirring, the grand sweep that tests a fire-tender's spine. Iron paddle meets thick brine, sludge clinging like 100 thirsty leeches. All legends speak of swords 3 times. None mention this endless battle against corrosion. Your ancestors probably invented heroic sagas just to forget sore shoulders. A skip in the rhythm The paddle snags on something semi-solid. Hook it up, dripping. Just waterlogged oak, not the cursed finger bone you have expected. Toss it into the flames. Watch moss hiss into steam. Every fire needs sacrifice, even tiny ones. Sunlight slants through roof cracks now, smoke staining golden beams charcoal gray. Time to check the fuel again. Peat bricks disintegrate faster than a thane's promises, each crumbling to powder as you lift them. Folk wisdom claims peat mixed with dried sheep dung burns longest. You'd rather not stink worse than boiling kelp. Footsteps echo outside Rhiannon with the midday water skins. She pauses, watching steam coil around rafters. Smells like my grandma's hair when she napped by the hearth. You grunt, unsure if that's praise or warning. Girls these days speak in mushroom riddles, maybe from chewing too much birch bark during famine winters. Shadows stretch longer, slurping up corners like spilled ale. Embers wink beneath fresh peat layers, satisfied for now. You scrape salt scale from the paddle's handle, gray flakes, falling like brittle snow. Somewhere a thrush sings two notes, then silence. Copper glows dull red, where firelight licks it, promise of white treasure below. Another hour, maybe two, before crystals form. You chew leathery crow jerky flavorless, but for wood smoke, blistered lips protest. The chant whispers itself this time, soft as a drowsy child's breathing. Ash to ember, salt to bone. The boy's mallet hits oak bark like a tired heartbeat, each swing separated by 3 stray breaths. You count them, inhale, clenched teeth, exhale dotted with sweat droplets. His forearms ripple under the effort, ropey muscles trembling between strikes. Apprentices your age moved faster, but that was before half the village fled Dane raids. Dust rises from the crushing trough, sharp motes catching morning light. He should dampen the bark first. Stale wood fights back twice as hard. Few teachers left to correct him, old Osric's ghost probably groaning from the nettle patch. You crouch beside the pile, plucking a half-crushed chunk between thumb and knife callus. Saxon workshops relied on oak tannins for dyeing leather and sealing Lynnhaven artifacts, mainstream knowledge now buried under cathedral records. Boys weren't pounding this slow back when Rome's roads still carried salt-laden carts. The mallet handle splinters, a jagged edge snagging his palm. He sucks the wound quiet, eyes darting to your salt-crusted boots. No whimpers good. Last summer's apprentice wept over burned oat cakes. Heard there a monk's scribe now. Deeper strikes, you rasp, pointing at the bark's stubborn core. Or winter will find us chewing undyed rags. He nods, blinking amber dust from lashes. When he lifts the mallet again, the rhythm's tighter, closer to the forge song beat this work demands. Each hit rings through the yard, startling sparrows off the rotting storehouse roof. A breeze carries the scent of fermented dandelion, stems from Rhiannon's dye pots, sour enough to wrinkle novice noses. This boy wrinkles too, his face scrunching like crumpled linen. Your kin ever tell you why bark crushers whisper to their mallets? You wipe a hand across your brow, streaking soot and salt sweat. He shakes his head, not meeting your eyes. Tannin fiends bite louder than weasels. You lie straight-faced. Sweet talk keeps their teeth away from your knuckles. Half the sheds still hide carved warnings against bark demons. Quirky village lore lost to time. He hesitates, then mutters something toward the mallet head. Could have been a prayer or a curse aimed at you. Wind steals the words. Sun climbs higher, dragging shadows toward the dormant brine pits. His pace falters again, strength leaking out like ale from a cracked tun. Historians still argue whether youth labor laws existed beyond monastery kitchen raids. You recall 10-year-olds hauling peat bricks taller than their fathers. No law but survival. Harvest moons 3 dawns off, you say, kicking the trough leg. Need 3 sacks ground by then. He falters, mallet hovering mid-swing. The sacks. You see any other fools needing dyed wool before frost. His throat bobs, a swallow dry as summer straw. Muscle memory stirs in your jaw, younger you sweating under similar threats. Mallet swings resume dust snowing onto his frayed shoes. From the drying shed someone coughs wet disaster into a rag. The boy flinches, strike going wide. Bark shrapnel pelts the dirt. Focus, you growl, or coughs will be the least of your worries. Oak chips gather around his ankles, pale curls resembling old man's fingernails. You sweep a handful into your palm, the pieces too irregular for proper dye baths. No apprentice ever matched Gunhild's perfect flakes. The woman could crush bark into gossamer, butchered by coastal raiders 8 springs back, another name swallowed by the cookfire smoke. Faster, lighter, like tapping a trout's skull. You demonstrate, borrowing his mallet. 1 crisp tap splits a chunk into even splinters. The motion flashes hot pain through your elbow. 19 years of repetition, carving grooves in bone. His attempt sends chunks flying toward the brine well. Again. Leather nailed to the mallet head peels, another repair for twilight hours. You palm him a wedge of pine resin, finger tracing the cracked seam. Chew this, stick it back before supper. He takes it without lifting his eyes, tucking the amber lump into his sleeve. Later he'll lose it down a rat hole, or trade it to Rhiannon for a berry cake. Sun bleaches the courtyard, stones white, heat rising in visible shimmers. The boy's hair sticks to his neck, tied with a grubby flax cord, better suited for trapping hares. You toss him a salted pebble, watch him catch it on reflex. Suck, not chew. He pops it between teeth, eyes widening at the burst of ocean bitterness. A thread of drool escapes his lip as he resumes pounding, mallet finding better angles now. Salt sharpens the mind, your grand sire's favorite lie. Mostly, it just makes you thirsty. You leave him pounding, walking toward the choked brine well. Pause, count 11 strikes before the rhythm breaks. 11's better than 7. Maybe this one will last till snowfall. His shadow stretches skinny as a willow switch mallet, moving like a wounded gull's wingbeat. They all start slack-shouldered, even you. Muscle builds faster than patience around here. By the woodpile, you find birch bark scraps tangled in his earlier kindling. Peeling them free, you fold the papery sheets into a crude hawk shape. Leave it balanced on the trough rim wings, catching stray oak dust. The boy notices still pounding, but his next 3 strikes land perfect. Progress, maybe. Or maybe he's just aiming away from the hawk. Either way, the bark's crumbling finer, ready for the dye vats by dusk. Thirst scrapes your throat dry as 6-day ashes. 3 more steps toward the well, his mallet hesitating behind you. You don't turn. Let him wrestle focus alone, sweat dribbling down his spine like hesitant ants. Some lessons can't be taught with words, only blisters and setting suns. Wrist pain is a better teacher than any graybeard's parable. Halfway to the well, the mallet's rhythm steadies into something almost skilled, a pounding heartbeat, finally matching the kiln's distant hiss. You smile stiff-lipped and spit your own salt pebble into the nettles. Iron hooks sink into the bubbling sludge, a sound like wet cloth tearing. You heave upward weed-clumped salt brines slopping over the vat's edge. Stench sears your nostrils, rotten eggs and spoiled pork fused together. Historians note Anglo-Saxon salt pans, reused Roman clay molds, cheaper than forging new ones. Doesn't make the stink any sweeter. Sludge plops into a sieve tray, thick as bog mud. Berna swears under her breath beside you, her hook snagged on root tangles. Summer heat swells the shed air, thick as soaked wool blankets. Worker's breath hangs visible each, exhale a fleeting ghost in the steam. Worse than Guthrum's feet after a mead binge, you mutter, wiping brine splash from your cheek. Berna snorts, a rare laugh cracking her dust-caked face. She yanks her hook free, dripping black strands resembling rotten hair. Some claim river hags weave curses into the weeds, quirky fear lingering from pagan tides. You flick a leech off the sieve, watch it shrivel on hot stones. Shift change when the shadow hits the lintel. Berna nods toward the doorway sunlight, slicing through steam clouds, soon as Egbert stops napping by the peat stack. Sweat rivers down your spine, soaking the linen tunic stuck to your back. Leather gloves soften in the humid air, slippery as eel skin. You dredge another load, muscles burning like green wood smoke. Salt production boomed here after Rome's collapse. Local lords hoarding crystals like Frankish gold. The sludge shimmers under filtered sunlight, rainbow oil slicks swirling atop the muck. Berna swats at a fly buzzing near her ear, missing twice before connecting. The corpse smell draws every biting thing within a league, midges gnawing wrists like tiny predators. Blue bottle soup, she hisses, scraping insect carcasses off her forearm. You nod, stirring the sieve to drain brownish liquid. Saxon brine masters called this thick tears, harvesting salt from coastal springs and inland marshes. Workers cough around you, wet rasping that rattles rib cages. A clot of seaweed plops onto your boot, slimy fingers clinging to worn leather. You shake it off, stepping back from the vat's molten heat. Sweat drips into your eyes, salty, as the broth you're straining. Berna leans close, voice barely audible over the bubbling. Found owl feathers near the wellspring. Tossed any in. 3 at dawn. Old wives swore owl parts warded off spoilage. Pure nonsense, of course, but Berna's vat stays mold-free longest. Maybe luck, maybe magic. Historians still argue if workers used goose grease to speed crystal growth. You've tried lard, tallow, even eel oil, all just attract more flies. The sieve clanks, its chain grinding against rusty pulleys. Salt mud now resembles clay, ready for the drying trays. You scrape the last globs off iron hook, screeching against copper mesh. Berna passes a ladle of tepid water, flavored with iron and desperation. 3 more vats after this. She eyes the steaming row along the shed wall, bubbling like captive geysers. Optimist. You drain the ladle, warm water failing to soothe your ash-dry throat. Brittle reed mats creak underfoot, crunching like insect shells with each step. Heat haze warps the air above the vats, making workers shimmer like weary mirages. A young thrall slips, sludge splattering his leggings. He curses, voice cracking like an untrained bard's lyre. The burn will fester by dusk, another poultice job for Rhiannon's dwindling herb stash. Watch your feet, or the hags'll claim your toenails next. He scrambles upright, slime dripping off his elbows. Berna rolls her eyes, tapping her hook against a dripping vat. Superstitions flow thicker than brine here, filling the gaps where reason leaks away. Noon light bleaches the shed's eastern floorboards, warning of Egbert's inevitable arrival. He'll drag his lazy bones in soon alms dish empty breath, stinking of sour cider. His snores vibrate through the wall planks, steady as a war drum's thud. You scoop muck faster, hooking weed clumps aside like unwanted eels. Each sieve load drains slower, time gummed up by heavy air. Workers murmur about Dane ships spotted near the estuary, red sails visible at low tide. Won't raid here, Berna grunts, stabbing her hook into stubborn sediment. What's left to steal? A cough rips through the shed, louder than the rest. The thrall bends double, spitting blood-specked phlegm into the drain channel. Steam swallows the sight fast, merciful, gutter duty for him tonight. Berna shakes her head, wiping her brow with a rust-stained sleeve. Already lost 2 to lung rot this moon, and Wulfric's seeing double. You haul another sludge load, arms trembling like saplings in a gale. Salt cakes your hairline, itching like 1,000 ant bites. The young thrall resumes work, limp pronounced, sludge dripping from his knee. Shadows crawl toward the lintel mark, inch by stubborn inch. Soon brief respite under the alder trees, if the midges allow. 1 vat empties, then another the rhythm, soothing as a lullaby. Egbert stumbles in reeking of orchard runoff, his tunic stained purple from crushed elderberries. He grabs a hook, sways, and spews cider vomit into the gutter. Berna groans, thrusting a bucket at his chest. Swallow or clean it, your choice, lordling. Your boots squelch across reed mats, stepping over Egbert's mess. Shadows kiss the lintel's edge, sweet relief. You unhook your gloves, skin beneath pale as drowned flesh. Dump him in the vat if he pukes again. Berna barks a laugh, chopping weed roots with renewed vigor. Salted Egbert now, there's a cure for hunger. Sunlight retreats, heat lessening by degrees, as the last sieve drains its bitter jewels. Outside breeze whispers through nettles, carrying the distant shrieks of gulls. The thrall collapses against a peat-piled chest, heaving filth, hardening on his leggings. You spit salt grit onto the dirt floor, taste lingering like regret. Hooves crack flint stones outside, echoes bouncing off empty storehouse walls. No jingling tin coins greet your ears, just creaking saddle straps and labored breaths. You rub salt grit from your eyelids, blinking at the merchant's sway-backed mare. His cart lists sideways, one wheel held by frayed rope and hope. Barely 16 parcels shadow its splintered bed, most lumpy with moth-eaten wool. He flashes brown-stained teeth, pulling back oiled leather flaps. Came before the Danes, gave half my goods for safe passage. His fingers tremble, twitching open sacks of mildewed grain. Spelt flour traded fair, 1 sack per 3 salt cakes. Berna snorts behind you, a sound louder than his mare's wheezing. Saxon merchants measured grain in hollowed sheep horns, each one stamped by local thanes. Yours vanished last harvest, stolen alongside the honey crock. Could fill that measure twice back when Kinsa ran the salt house. He avoids your stare, digging through oat sacks. You toss him 2 salt bricks, pale as ghost bones against his grimy palm. He weighs them, rests a foot on the brick pile, pretending to calculate on fingers. Christ's blood, these are lighter than last season's. Say that again, and Danes won't be the ones gutting your cart. He flinches, nearly dropping the salt. Historians confirm salt bricks became currency after Rome's collapse, better trusted than most kings. Still, this one's scales were likely faked, hinges polished to disguise lead weights. He offers 4 flour sacks, mildew blooming like storm clouds on the hemp. Berna slices 1 open mold dust, puffing into the sunset air. Workers mutter visions of rock-hard loaves, already souring their tongues. 3 moons of belly-aching hunger. A thrall whispers, kicking pebbles toward the mare. The merchant scratches his neck, leaving greasy streaks above his rusted torque. Fresh slave brands pucker his wrist, probably counterfeit. Quirky rumor claims Frankish dealers filed human teeth into dice, gambling with them at wayside inns. He gestures west, where Roman roads glimmer through valley haze. Next trip, I bring olive casks, silks brighter than kingfisher wings. You said that last spring brought us walnut shells and lice. Thunder rumbles northward, though no clouds mar the bloody sunset. Heavy vibrations shudder through your boots. Dane longship drums, pounding upriver. The merchant pales, snatching the reins with flour-dusted hands. Take the barley too, just give me 2 more bricks. Berna blocks him, iron hook glinting. That flour's worth half a brick at best, your scales are shit. He spits, a greenish glob near your left boot. Fine, haunt this mud pit, till your lungs burst, see who trades then. His cart lurches forward, wheel groaning like a tortured spirit. The thrall spits after him, white flecks lost in reddish dust. You count the sacks, enough flour for 40 loaves, 50 if cut with river grit. Workers drift back toward the vats, shoulders slumped worse than before. Berna kicks a flour sack, weevils spilling like minuscule sins. Saxon law demanded honest measures. Yet Wessex kings seldom policed remote salt houses. She crouches using her hook to scrape mold from the grain. Could have taken his horse, stewed it with thyme and lies. You pocket a fallen horseshoe, cold iron biting your palm. Did Britons really nail these to doorways for luck, back when Rome ruled? No matter, it'll patch the forge, flue better than clay. Distant screams echo from the river, whether Danes or drunk villagers, hard to tell. Berna hefts a sack, muttering about thieving Christian monks who ship salt to Rome nowadays. St. Peter's fish must taste better than ours, salted with holy piss. Shadows swallow the merchant's trail, his taunts fading like dying campfires. Thralls drag flour toward the kitchen shed, bellies growling loud as hounds. Berna pauses, shading her eyes against the sunset. Remember old Cadman traded salt for Byzantine spices, swore pepper cured gout, then died sneezing into his soup. You lick parched lips, tasting failure like burnt bread crusts. Some say Roman roads corrupted Saxon traders, turned them greedy as badger rats. Others blame the Danes or Wessex tacksmen or rotten barley harvests. Historians still argue if abandoned salt houses caused hunger or merely mirrored it. The forge fire sputters behind you, its weak glow mimicking the merchant's promises. A lone thrall hums, a hymn half remembered from Canterbury priests. Berna hacks mold off another sack, blade biting deep. I will eat tonight, probably regret it by dawn. Foxes yowl in the surrounding woods, their cries sharper than any merchant's lies. You drop the horseshoe into your tool belt, its weight familiar as disappointment. The last light bleeds from flint roads, leaving ruts full of shadows and salt dust. Bare knuckles scrape against woven reed trays, each one cradling fragile liquid jewels. Dawn light leaks through warped planks, drawing golden threads across trembling salt pans. You blink against the glare, blurred vision merging puddles into quivering silver coins. Berna curses behind you, her hook snagging on a splintered frame. Woven these myself 16 winters back, before my thumb joint swelled like a toad. She spits into the dust, a dark star on sun-bleached wood. The shed smells of seaweed and impatience, humid air clinging to your tunic. You crouch beside the first tray, watching water shrink from its edges. Flecks of dirt gather at the center, like tiny islands sinking in a milky sea. Saxon law once fined workers for cracked trays, 10 setas per breach during King Aeneas' reign. A thrall boy scuttles past, bearing buckets of fresh brine from the vats. Sweat carves clean trails through the soot, on his neck salt, dust already frosting his eyebrows. Master Whiston says stir them twice before noon, else they crust uneven. Master Whiston breathes too much kiln smoke, thinks himself Solomon reincarnated. Berna prods a hardening patch, her hook scraping up faint sparks. Sunrise paints stripes across the trays, heat rising in visible waves. You count 19 pans glistening, though 3 already show hairline cracks. Before the Danish raids, 32 filled this shed daily, each batch stamped with your grandfather's wolf mark. A fat droplet quivers at a tray's edge, defiant against evaporation. You think of Roman pleasure houses, where wealthy patricians supposedly floated on saltwater pools. Historians confirm Rome taxed salt harvests to fund legions. But whether nobles truly bathed in the stuff remains foggy gossip. Look, this one's birthed a tiny pyramid. Berna points her hook at a crystalline lump, no larger than a hazelnut. Workers gather, grinning at nature's odd geometry. Someone claims rock salt forms angel hair under full moons, a quirky tale from Frankish traders. Another mumbles about cursed crystals, saying they stole a Lincolnshire widow's voice last spring. You sink fingers into white grains, still warm like sun-baked beach sand. They whisper stories older than Alfred's crown, older than the Roman stones beneath your boots. Noon heat warps the air, making trays ripple like mirages. Salt creeps up reed fibers, forming jagged lace patterns. Berna fans herself with a cracked ladle, sending brine flies buzzing toward the rafters. Watch this pan closest to the one with the blackened rim. She taps it with her hook, metal ringing dull as monks' bells, slower than a bishop pardoning sinners this batch. Workers drift off, drawn by barley stew smells from the kitchen shed. Only the boy remains, squinting at his warped reflection in a shrinking pool. He traces runes in the salt, hasty symbols for protection or luck. Someone taught him it prevents demonic spoilage, or maybe just boredom's itch. Shadows stretch long across the dirt floor, one tray's contents finally crust over a brittle skin, dimpling under your breath. You break it with a birch rod, revealing damp crystals beneath. Historians still argue whether our ancestors used salt to preserve herbs, or merely favored its taste in gruel. Berna chuckles, nodding at a crow perched on the shed's eave. Old Hrothgar swore birds steal salt dreams, peck them right out the air. Your lower back screams from hours crouching, knots tighter than ship rigging. Whiston's thrall returns, bearing a water skin that tastes vaguely of goat. A brown stain streaks his tunic, where some pan's rusty leg kissed the fabric. Looks like you fought a drunk scribe's quill, you tease, wiping sweat salt from your lips. He flushes, covering the mark with a grimy hand. Still better than Osric's noseblood stain shaped like Mercia on his left sleeve. Laughter rattles the drying racks, brief music in the salt-scented gloom. Outside, Wind plucks at frayed thatch, scattering granules like minuscule pearls. You glance west, where Woden's eye sinks toward distant hills. Twilight softens the shed's harsh angles, trays now glowing faintly blue. Workers return bearing torches that spit angry orange sparks. They lean rods against the wall, waiting for the salt to harden fully. Berna pokes a thumb-sized crystal, pocketing it with a thief's swift grace. For my niece's birth amulet, since the gods love thieving pagans best. Moonlight bleeds through roof gaps, etching silver puddles on the dirt. The boy naps against a support beam, salt dust silvery on his lashes. You kneel beside the finest tray, running a palm over its trembling surface. Coolness seeps into your skin, last moisture surrendering to night air. Crystals click like distant applause, each grain locking into its eternal place. Somewhere a wolf howls, its voice cleaving the valley's salty silence. You breathe deep, filling your lungs with the scent of patience turned solid. The final pan cracks, a sound like tiny bones breaking. Berna grunts approval, hoisting her torch toward the shed's sagging door. Workers begin lifting trays, bodies bent under the weight of captured sea tears. Their shadows dance on the walls, tall and thin as ash season spears. You linger, counting the night's first stars through the broken roof. Salt grit crunches underfoot, each step announcing itself like a tomb's whisper. Fingers brush a half-formed crystal, its edges sharp as Woden's lost tooth. Tomorrow, merchants will haggle over its worth. Tonight, it's just moonlight made tangible, cool, and quiet in your blistered palm. Moths flutter near your torch, drawn to heat they'll never understand. One dives into a brine puddle, wings glued fast by evaporating deceit. You free it with a twig its powder, staining the water iridescent. Wasted mercy, Berna mutters, already halfway to supper. But the moth staggers airborne, drunkenly weaving toward the indifferent moon. Glancing back, you see your shadow stretched across the salt pans, a elongated giant guarding its brittle hoard. For a heartbeat, you're 7 winters old again, sneaking into this shed to lick crystals off reed strands. The memory tastes sweeter than anything harvest suns offer now. Torchlight fades, leaving the shed to starlight and settling dust. Somewhere beyond these walls, Danes roast stolen pork, their laughter carried on salt-tinged winds. Here, in this realm of shrinking waters and hardening dreams, you blow out your flame, letting darkness claim the last glimmers. Salt doesn't need light to remember its nature, only time and relentless thirst. Rain hammers the thatch without pause, its drumming a constant white noise. Beneath all speech, you wade through ankle-deep mud, cold seeping through worn boot leather. The storehouse door groans when shoved, warped oak protesting like a drunkard's spine. Mold creeps up its leather hinges, green tendrils unfurling overnight. You scrape it away with a thumbnail, gritty residue clinging to skin. Saxon law required lime washes for storehouses, yet another rule lost with last year's tax collector. Barley sacks slump in damp corners, their frayed burlap weeping grain. Rat tracks weave between them, tiny hieroglyphs in the earthen floor. A shadow darts behind stacked salt bricks, too quick for your rusted trap. Guthrum once claimed Danes trained rats as spies, a joke that tastes less funny now. Workers whisper of rat kings, those tangled rodent clusters said to foretell plagues. Historians confirm rat-gnawed grain caches at Coppergate. But whether vermin spread the sweating sickness remains pure guesswork. Damp clings to everything. Wool tunics sag under the weight. You unwrap milk cheese from its cloth, finding blue veins spiderwebbing through curds. Breakfast becomes a gamble. Hunger versus belly, cramps sharp as fragmented flint. 3 workers huddle near a struggling brazier, smoke stinging their red-rimmed eyes. One coughs into his sleeve, leaving rust-colored speckles behind. They trade vinegar-soaked rags, tying them over nose and mouth. A wet thump sounds above, another rat nest collapsing in the thatch. Dust rains down, mixing with condensation on salt bricks. Your fingers trace dissolved edges, granules leaking away like sand through a fist. Lightning flashes, briefly bleaching the room bone-white. Thunder shakes loose tools from pegs, a rusted adze clattering near your feet. Some idiot nailed horse charms above the entrance last winter, their iron shapes now crusted with rust tears. The main support beam weeps sap, amber droplets hardening in the chill. You catch one mid-fall, sticky, resin gumming your calluses. Thanes used pine tar to waterproof longships, a stench like burning troll hair that clung for weeks. Mold spreads across tool handles, velvet patches swallowing fingerprints. A scythe's ash grip crumbles like stale bread, steel teeth left naked to the air. Workers already burned the rotted rope pile, its smoke greasy and thick with decay notes. Outside, the brine well overflows, milky water flooding the clay channels. You wade through sludge, feet sinking past the ankle. Oak buckets float like ghost coracles, bumping against drowned fence posts. Inside the salt shed, workers stack trays on stilts, useless against the rising damp. Their breath hangs thick, condensing on reed frames. Someone hums a rain-chasing hymn, words garbled by chattering teeth. Found another one. A thrall holds up a bloated rat drowned in the shallows. Its tail wraps twice around an oat stalk, knotting like lover's hair in sagas. Blisters rise on stored apples, their skins splitting into grimace shapes. You salvage 3, tossing the rest to the midden heap. Fruit flies rise in a cloud, their buzzing the only music this gray noon. Leather straps hang limp, their buckles flowering with verdigris. You rub neatsfoot oil into the driest ones, stink of rendered hooves, overpowering the mold scent. Half-remembered poetry surfaces, something about rain rusting warrior mail better than enemy blades. A sodden swallow crashes through the roof gap, wings too heavy for flight. Children chase it with reed brooms, their laughter brittle against the storm's growl. The bird escapes, leaving a single blue feather stuck to wet cobwebs. Hail peppers the yard, ice marbles bouncing off cauldron lids. You gather 10 in a tin cup, watching them shimmer into nothing. Boys dare each other to lick the vanishing beads, a game as old as first frost. Night brings no relief, just different shades of wet darkness. Storm winds rip a thatch panel-free rain, gushing through the new wound. Workers scramble with clay-patched sacks, their curses vivid as bardic insults. Should have joined Hengist's lot in Gaul. Berna wrings out her braids, dirty water pooling at her feet. Candles gutter in the drafts, wax rivulets freezing before they harden. Shadows writhe on mildew-stained walls, dancing to a tune no one remembers. Some claim damp air carries ghost coughs, those who died in last autumn's lung fever. Dawn reveals a drowned world, sunlight glancing off standing pools. Frog spawn clings to brine troughs, jelly globes trapping 1,000 unborn futures. You scoop them out with a ladle, fingers numb from the chill. The hearth takes 3 tries to light peat logs, hissing like displeased cats. Smoke coils toward the rafters, only to slump back in defeat. Workers crowd too close, burning tunics in their hunger for warmth. Merchants arrive late, their cartwheels sunk axle-deep in muck. They inspect salt bricks with narrowed eyes, fingering white crusts that never fully dried. Roman salt doesn't clump, their leader sneers, adjusting his Frankish-made cloak pin. You bite your tongue, knowing Roman marshes lay equally flooded this season. Traders haggle down to half price. They always smell weakness, like carrion birds. Berna kicks a rat carcass into the mud, its stiff limbs starfishing midair. The dyer's daughter slips you an oak gall, hidden in her rain-chapped palm. Whispered rumors say crushed galls banish damp spirits, if buried beneath a virgin's threshold. You pocket it, the lump rough against your thigh. Rain drums on patient as grave soil settling. Somewhere, a barley sack finally splits, its contents sighing into the muck. Tomorrow's porridge will crunch with grit, if anything remains to cook at all. Mold blooms on your spare boots, velvet flowers eating through leather. You scrape them clean, wondering why rain softens everything except men's hearts. Outside, a stray dog howls its voice, swallowed by the endless gray downpour. Night falls early, cloaking the ruined stores in forgiving darkness. The last candle drowns in its own wax, a wet sigh in the gloom. You listen to the rats feast, their teeth gnawing holes in what little future remains. Guthrum's shadow cuts through the hearth smoke, knife thin and trembling. He points west toward the old ridge path, a crooked finger aimed at memory rather than landscape. Rain slicks his wool cloak darker than dried blood, smell of wet dog rising from the furs. You follow his gaze, seeing only cloud-fat skies where roads once ran. Thieves still prowl Roman salt routes after dark, their footprints filling with moonlight. Via Salaria carried white crystals to Rome's heart, enough to crust ox carts axle-deep in grit. Look down where the ash tree leans. His voice rasps like a rusted saw. Devil's backbones gleaming under mud now. You squint, catching fractured glints between storm puddles. Stamped flint from the old road winks up, edges worn smooth by centuries of hooves. Workers call them serpent scales, claim night riders cursed the stones for harming pack mules. Guthrum coughs, a wet crunch deep in his chest. He spits into the hearth, phlegm hitting peat, embers with a hiss. The fire smells copper sharp, suddenly iron tang, cutting through wood smoke. Blood swirls in the spit-blackened ash, forming a wobbling crescent shape. Salt men once read such stains, believing crimson patterns foretold harvest luck. Historians found similar divination bowls in Brugge, but dismissed them as tavern tales. Roman roads disgorge thieves like rotten meat breeds flies. He wipes his mouth with a soot-streaked sleeve. Saw their campfires past 3 nights running. You count how his breath hitches, each gasp shorter than the last. Outside, rain drums the exact rhythm tin coins make in beggars' bowls. Some idiot stacked skip tiles by the door, clay squares dissolving into sludge. He grips your wrist, nails grinding salt grit into skin. King's tacksmen are bad enough. Now brigands sniff our dwindling stores. Wind whips smoke down the chimney, gray ghosts coiling around your ankles. Guthrum's grip tightens, knuckles white as sun-bleached bone. You remember hauling him from a snowdrift last winter. How light he felt without his chainmail. They whisper through the alders at dusk. His eyes track something unseen in the rafters, faces wrapped like Frankish mourners, except for their hungry eyes. Your own gaze snags on damp firewood, fungus blooming blue between bark crevices. Peat reserves dwindle faster than patience, each brick a shrinking hope against autumn chill. Took an arrow tracking their spoor yesterday. He pulls aside his tunic collar, revealing clotted linen strips. Would have skewered my throat if I'd sneezed. Blood soaks the bandage's edge, rust brown against piss-yellow flax. You fetch yarrow poultices, knowing full well infections, fever already kindled in him. Men still argue why Roman roads fell, whether taxes broke their spine or marsh reclamation starved the salt runs. Guthrum claims centurion, ghosts drag travelers into bogs, green armor glinting under duckweed. He watches your hands dress his wound, mouth twisted like a knotted rope. My grandfather saw a salt caravan ransacked, here silver ingots spilling into broom grass. Thunder groans, closer now, vibrating the soot-caked cauldron hooks. Herbs hung to dry tremble overhead, time shedding, dust like miniature graves. Promised the king's reeve, we'd double output by harvest. Guthrum's laugh becomes another cough, speckling fresh linen red. Jokes on me brine fails faster than my old lungs. A rushlight gutters, casting his face in sagging shadows. For a blink, you see the skull beneath his skin, ivory, gleaming where rain drips off his nose. Don't trust the quiet ones from Chester. He sucks air between cracked teeth. They bought up drying pans with clipped silver plans to flood the market next spring. Outside, lightning forks the western hills, backlighting gnarled hawthorns. For a heartbeat Roman road, stones gleam white as corpse teeth. Promise me, Guthrum's voice drops below the storm's growl. Never let them take the wellspring mark. His palm slaps the hearthstone, revealing the carved sigil beneath decades of grime. Twin spirals knot around an eye, a design older than Woden's priests. Rain soaks through your knees, puddled floorboards leaching warmth. The sour beer smell of infection wafts from his bandages, wrong sweetness beneath the rot. Got any of that willow bark tea? His chuckle sounds like gravel in a sieve, tastes like Satan's piss, but better than choking on blood all night. You crush dried bark in a mortar, yellow dust puffing up like pollen. Guthrum recites a scurrilous ballad while waiting, peppered with words that make nuns cross themselves thrice. Learned that one from a Dane whore near Eofurwick. He winks, gray eyelid drooping like a tired hound's. Her mouth was salt sweeter than any brine pit. Flames gutter when he sips the tea, shadow play making his hands enormous on the wall. He flexes claw-like fingers, muttering about sword grips gone slippery from lordly blood. King's enforcers will come soon. He nods towards the leaking roof. Counted 3 pine saplings felled across Scatty's gully, their way of speeding messengers. You pretend to examine moss spreading across roof beams, green velvet corrupting oak. Workers have nailed rowan twigs up since the last audit, useless against royal hunger for salt tax silver. Guthrum spits again, this time missing the fire. Swear the bastards taste desperation like we taste sea in the wind. Wind shrieks through gaps in the west wall, playing flue-pipe melodies on broken reed stems. Somewhere, a loose shutter claps like a deranged applause. Remember old Egbert? He rubs his swollen knuckles. They broke his fingers for underboiling, then taxed him extra for needing his daughter's hands to stir. Sleet ticks against shuttered windows, angry insects demanding entry. Guthrum pulls his cloak tighter, though the wool's too threadbare to matter. You toss extra peat on the fire, smoke choking the damp air thicker still. Trade ships bypass our cove now. His words slur like a drunkard's. Caught a Frankish captain, pissing off his stern last trip, said our salt cakes crumble like risen loaf. Lightning flares, catching a red thread in his beard, fine as a spider's silk. He snores between sentences, now, head lolling like a broken-necked gull. You watch the blood-tinged steam rise from his bandages. His breath rattles, a bagpipe deflating through rotted reeds. Dawn will find his bones aching worse than rusted hinges. The hearth cracks loud as snapped bone, startling him awake. Still here then, he blinks rheumy eyes. Thought you'd join others plotting escape. Rain answers when you don't, needle sharp on the thinning thatch. A rat noses through rushes near his boot's tail, dragging like a broken bridle rein. Guthrum kicks weakly, leather sole grazing its flank. Shoe vulture, my carcass ain't ripe yet. He leans forward, gaze suddenly clear as spring meltwater. Never trust men who worship a nailed god, yet charge interest like temple sharks. You count the wheezes between his words, anticipating the silence that won't break. Thunder answers instead, the storm circling like wolves on a wounded heart. Promise, he whispers, fingers scrabbling at your tunic hem. You nod, though promises rot faster than buried apples in wet soil. The salt house already reeks of endings. Guthrum sees it in your face, snorts like a spooked pony. Bah, what's salt but seasoned dirt? He flings grit at the dying fire. Let the king lick Roman scum from Pictish crags, if he wants it so bad. His cough shakes the bothy walls, rafters trembling like guilty consciences. Smoke flees through roof gaps, gray goose down escaping the slaughterhouse floor. After all, it's just another damp dawn on Salt-Kettle Ridge, another fire struggling against the endless wet. Guthrum's snores merge with the storm now, two old beasts growling at shadows. His bandage bleeds anew, slow beads, mapping useless trails across floorboard cracks. The forge wheezes like a drunkard's last breath, each gasp thinner than the one before. You stare at the split goat bladder, its wrinkled surface gaping like a toothless mouth. Third time, this moon, the bellows failed, stitchwork undone by constant heat stress. Twilight paints the toolshed in bruise colors, purple shadows swallowing iron hooks and scrapers. 3 strands of reed lie across your knees, stiff as old man's bones in winter cold. Workers whisper rowan wood wards off forge spirits, but no charm fixes bladder rot. You spit on frayed rope ends, twisting fibers into a rotten bridge across the tier. Wind sneaks through cracks in the wall, tasting of wet limestone highlands. Some fool left the barley sacks unsealed again. Field mice feast while you kneel in grit. Peat-smoke scratches your throat, flavored with traces of Guthrum's blood-tinged cough. Morning found his fever broke, but his hands shake too hard to grip an awl now. He mumbles about Roman drain tiles, how they channeled swamp curses into Saxon lands. The mended bellows sigh like dying sheep when tested, barely lifting ash from the hearthbed. Blackened stones mock your efforts, still cold despite a day's woodpile burnt. Rain flicks through the open door, each drop hissed dead against dormant embers. You scrape resin off a pine knot, remembering papal envoys once traded Frankish steel for salt bricks. Town elders still argue which stinks worse, pine tar or cleric greed. Night spills its ink slowly, stars smothered under wool-thick clouds. Workers trudge past the shed, slumping toward pallets still damp from yesterday's sweat. Someone hums a hymn to Saint Ethelbert, his bones ground into Mercia's dirt 3 generations back. Historians squabble over Saxons' reed-binding techniques, whether lye-soaked fibers held as firm as Roman wire. You snort at the thought. These strands snap clean as wishbones under pressure. A rat noses through throm-gathered moss, fur sleek with stolen barley fat. Its eyes gleam like fresh-struck flint, watching your hands betray their trembling. Guthrum's wheeze carries from the longhouse, a rasp file on the night's silence. You bind another reed layer, the crisscross pattern echoing fish, traps rotting in the river shallows. Forge heat should seal the patch, except new flames won't kiss last week's ashes. Twilight deepens into wolf-hour gloom, your fingers numb as salted herring. The split bladder mocks each pull, leaking more air than it pushes. Workers claim certain moon, phases weaken stitches. Today's waning crescent proves them right. Outside, wind rubs alder branches raw, scratching noises like claws on shale. You count the shivers up your spine, each one colder than Guthrum's fading laugh. Rushlight drowns in a wax puddle, darkness pooling like spilled quicksilver. The reeds won't hold till dawn. You feel it in their brittle protest. Mended things always break faster, like trust after the first betrayal. Somewhere far off, thunder groans like a bear robbed of its kill. Rain answers, needle sharp against your nape. The patched bladder sighs its last, a death rattle softer than a debt collector's knuckle rap. 3 days till the taxman comes to, till this forge falls silent forever. Rainwater drips from the thatch, a steady tap-tap on salt-crusted drying racks. Dawn light slants through smoke holes, scattering dust, motes like barley flour, tossed for chickens. You need sleep grit from your eyes, palm brushing dried mud, flaking off your leggings. 3 strides toward the brine well, then you freeze. Ash mud squelches underfoot, marked by prints far too small for grown men. No village child wears shoes this pointed toes, narrower than a weasel's paw. You crouch, trace one impression with a calloused finger. The thief must have come during wolf hour, when even rats huddle in their nests. Historians note salt theft carried ear-cropping penalties under King Anne's laws. But desperation trumps fear when bellies cave like rotten barrels. Something glints near the rack's legs, a carved rook no bigger than your thumb joint. Hawthorn wood grain swirls under touch, tiny notches, suggesting rook feathers. Common folk believed hawthorn wards off witchcraft, though it makes poor theft armor. An empty space yawns between salt cakes, where your best white bricks should have crusted overnight, enough missing to salt an entire boar carcass, or pay off tomorrow's meat tax. Workers murmur that leprechauns steal Saxon salt, absurd as Guthrum blaming Romans for his boils. Your heel crushes a clump of marsh rosemary, releasing sharp scent that doesn't mask the truth. No spirit bothered stealing salt when Roman roads sell it, cheaper than piss. Someone flesh and blood crept here, light-footed and hungry. Sunlight warms your neck, does nothing for the ice pooling in your gut. Tiny footprints circle the racks, exited north toward the alder thicket. You count the gaps in drying crystals, each vacancy a flint knife twist. Someone coughs by the far kiln, Guthrum's wheeze echoing like a cracked bell. Not him, couldn't sneak past a sleeping dog these days. The apprentices left 3 moons back, no coin to keep them scraping troughs. Wind flips the rook piece, tumbling into a patch of chickweed. You pluck it free, studying knife marks too fine for clumsy male hands. Hawthorn splinters threaten under your nail. You pocket the thing before blood draws. Quiet presses down, no clank of hooks or scrape of shovels. Workers trudge late today, thin gruel and thinner hope, keeping beds warm. Good, no witnesses to your failure guarding yesterday's sweat. Nettles shiver where footprints vanish. Their leaves sting bare skin through wool. Rain-damp earth hides deeper tracks. Root gaps swallow secrets whole. Your salted wound itches the one from last week's copper hook slip, infected now like everything else here. Leprosy spreads slower than this rot. A jay screams overhead. Its cry echoes where the grain store sags. Workers swapped rotting barley for myrrh last winter, got swindled by Parisian traders. Town chronicles claim myrrh cured the plague, tasted worse than badger piss though. The rook carver left clues like breadcrumbs, stupid for a sneak thief. Unless they wanted you to follow, tacksmen hunt different prey. They'd kick down doors before skulking in mud. Mist rises from the river, gray fingers probing the compound fence. You could rebuild with those Frankish black stone kilns, burn hotter than Woden's wrath. Too late, moss squishes under your boots, cool wetness seeping through worn soles. Broken pottery litters the thickets, edge some traders' shattered hopes from better times. You crouch near a fox burrow, light catches on a white flake wedged in roots. Salt, stolen crystals trail toward a rotted log. One gloved hand fishes it out, melted edges glisten like false tears. Enough here to season broth for 3 nights. Foolish thief spilled their prize. Or left bait, dead leaves rustle. No wind stirs them now. Your spine prickles. Historians still argue whether children did men's thieving work, small hands reaching where grown limbs couldn't squeeze. The rook warms in your pocket, smooth as polished bone. Hawthorn's magic feels like peasant tales, comfort for idiots. Yet you don't toss the thing away. Twigs snap behind you, fast as a knocked arrow's release. You spin, hook raised like a gutting knife. Nothing, just breeze shaking last night's rainwater from elder branches. Your pulse hammers against your ribs, betrays you louder than any sigh. Thieves, long gone, salt dissolving in some stranger's pot. 2 days till the collector comes, 1, till you bury Guthrum's tools under moldy straw. Drizzle starts again, needling your scalp like the taxman's tally marks. You walk back slower, each step sinking deeper in stolen ash mud. The rook carver has soft hands, better at whittling than stealing. Hope their salt stew tastes of victory. Yours always reeks of loss now. Shadows stretch longer, gray merging with hearth smoke. The taxman's ledger won't list missing salt, only what failed to reach his purse. Back at the racks, you kick the ash pile where prints were clearest. Dust rises, turns your cough wetter than Guthrum's. Sun bleeds through clouds, dims before reaching the rutted path. Your pocket weighs heavy, the small wood rook colder than winter's first frost. Rain whispers through the torn thatch, fills silence where boiling vats once roared. You spit sour phlegm taste copperpenny failure. Thunder rumbles west, where horse hooves pound Roman roads. Your empty racks creak, a thief's melody, mocking tomorrow's tax. Rainwater sluices into the vats, overflows clogged gutters with leaf muck. You wade through ankle-deep sludge, thick as cow bile left in summer sun. 7 nights boiling, wasted green scum coats copper like rotten moss. Workers huddle near the peat store, their whispers hiss like wet reeds. River spirits take their due, mutters the dyer's widow, fingers clutching a dried frog charm. Back in Alfred's reign, salt works sprung up faster than mushroom rings after rain. Yet this brackish curse feels personal. Your ladle dips into the vat, brings up fibrous strands, shimmering unnatural jade. Salt should stink of minerals and sweat, not pond rot and dead carp. Midsummer offerings lay unclaimed by the bank, wilted flowers and curd cakes untouched. Fools still lay oat cakes for nixies, though Danes burned the old shrines decades back. A bubble bursts on the surface, releases vapors that burn your nostrils raw. You stagger back, eyes streaming worse than Guthrum's death cough fits. 3 workers cross themselves, pagan gestures clumsily overlaid with new faith. The widow shoves her frog charm at you, leathery legs bent in eternal supplication. Boil it with the brine, she insists, draws out water demons better than iron. Historians note medieval salt makers used lead-lined vats for purity, a slow poison traded for clean crystals. You flick the charm into the muck, watch it sink like a sinner's hopes. Green tendrils wrap around its limbs, claimed faster than Woden snatches battle slain. Workers gasp, draw back hoods over ashen faces. Sunlight slants through smoke holes, catching dust, motes above the nightmare brew. Eddies swirl beneath the scum, as if something breathes under that emerald skin. Your hammer rests against the vat's rim, smeared with lichen, since Guthrum last swung it. 3 ravens circle the rafters, their shadows skim the bubbling poison. Some whisper their Hugin's spies, sent to tally our failing works. You lob a salt clump, they scatter like guilty thoughts. Downstream, the reeve's sleek trout traps sit empty. Fishermen blame your runoff, claim whole shoals float belly up at dawn. You coaxed life from brine for 30 winters, now death seeps from your hands. The widow scoops floating mold with her bare palm, dumps it into a clay jar. For the compresses, she says, bog rot supposedly draws fever from swollen limbs, smells like failure pickled in despair. Heat shimmers above the kiln, yet your bones feel river cold. Workers shovel fresh peat, its earthy tang lost under the vat's reek. Historians still argue whether mold outbreaks ended small salt works, or if lords simply priced them into dust. You scrape a fingernail along the vat's rim. Green powder gathers under the crescent moon. Toss it toward the hearth, flares brief witchlight before dissolving into ash. 3 young brine stirrers flee by midmeal, taking only their wooden bowls and fierce wet stink. Their cots lie stripped, straw mattresses bled onto dirt floors. Dawn brings worse news. The western vat seeps black ooze between its planks. No amount of patching stops the weep. It spreads like a beggar's curse. Wood creaks under your palm, soft as grave earth. Grandfather built these vats from storm-claimed oaks, their heartwood guarded by carven saints. Now fungi bloom where holy faces grinned, spongy growths drinking poison brine. Sunset finds you by the sickened vat, peat-smoke, unable to mask decay. Hourglasses whisper through your fingers, each grain another wasted heartbeat. Tomorrow, the tax collector's wagon creaks closer. Iron-bound wheels already thunder in your dreams, heavy with debts no salt will repay. River fog slithers through broken fences, licks your ankles with clammy tongues. Somewhere downstream frogs fall silent as the scum spreads. A rider comes at noon, speckled with mud up to his eyebrows. His horse wheezes like Guthrum's ghost, its ribs sharp as vat-scraping tools. The scroll he drops in your palm reeks of lye and fierce wet. Parchment cracks open, revealing a wax seal swollen, thick as a boil. Tax assessments for Dane raids, 88 pounds of salt per moon. Your knees sink into cold mud, the sum higher than 40 harvests yield. Remember the king's reeve visiting after harvest, how his scribe counted every grain like precious jewels. Now they want white mountains from a drowning house. Thunder rolls without rain, just cartwheels grinding flint roads closer. This decree bears the mark of Ethelred's council historians. Note, his Danegeld payments grew heavier than millstones. 10 workers crowd behind you, their breath sharp, with last week's moldy barley bread. Foreign swords eat our labor. Spits Oswiu the stoker, his tongs still crusted with kiln soot, but the rider's already gone, kicking up clods like hailstones. You need the seal between thumb and forefinger. Cold wax yields like dead flesh. Some tax collectors pressed theirs using fish glue molds, allegedly to repel mice. Yours crumbles onto the threshold, spilling red flecks across your grandest tool marks. Workers shift behind you, boots scuffing the packed earth floor. All know Roman salt barges dock at London twice a month, untouched by Viking tolls. Their hands tighten on rakes, knuckles whitening like sun-bleached shells. Dust motes swirl where you burn time over the words, smoke veiling inked threats in gray curls. Old Nan claimed herb smoke revealed hidden curses, showed her a poxmark on a suitor's letter once, but these words just darken, bloating like corpse fingers in bog water. 14 years we filled royal storehouses. Growls Young said, his voice still cracking like green timber. He stabs a finger at the vats, their cracked sides weeping black tears. Now they suck us dry for pirates. 3 ravens land on the drying racks, tilting heads at the commotion. Iron hooks hang empty, their usual crystal burdens long since traded or spoiled. Your gaze drifts to Guthrum's old tally sticks, notches showing 7 lean seasons since full quotas. The Reeves wagon appears through heat haze, pulled by oxen sleek, with other men's tributes. Historians still argue whether heavy Danegeld caused salt house closures or just hurried their inevitable ends. You count bronze hinges on his strongbox, enough to repair 3 boiling vats. Dusk wind carries the thrush's evening song, too sweet for this reckoning's hour. Smoke snakes toward the rafters, coiling around rafters where apprentices once carved crude hearts. Thatch overhead whispers sagas of better times, when sea storms meant good salt winds. One by one, workers melt into dusk shadows like salt in broth. Only Oswiu remains, sharpening his flint blade on a leather strap. His whetstone screeches through the thickening dark, a dirge for copper pans gone cold. Moonlight pales the royal seal now, just greasy smears on your hearthstone. 3 towns over, merchants sell Frankish salt, stamped with crosses, but Wessex still bleeds its own soil dry, feeding wolves at the gate. Time embers die first, then peat, then hope. Smoke climbs into starless black, bearing no answers, only ash. Morning light finds your knuckles weeping again, those angry red cracks deeper than yesterday's. You grip the stirring paddle like it's grown thorns, splinters biting flesh, already raw as butchered meat. Remember when these hands could snap oak twigs without flinching. Now they tremble lifting empty ladles. Peat-smoke stings your eyes, or maybe that's just age mist clouding your sight. The brewing vat blurs, edges melting like wax under noon sun. You misjudge the distance, dunk your wrist into boiling brine instead of skimming scum. Blisters rise fast, shiny bubbles swelling with trapped heat. 6 decades back, skin would have shrugged off such punishment by supper time. Young said rushes over his shadow cool across your scorched arm. Let me take the skim hook. He insists, voice pitched high like a worried thrush. You shoo him away, rasp dripping wet cloth over the wound. Joint ailments nod through salt men's old age bones, grating like pestles in mortars. Historians count Saxon skeletons by their spine knots, proof of hauling brine buckets till death. Your palms betray you again, dropping the paddle into the simmering murk. It sinks slow, like stones thrown into winter marshes. Retrieving it means plunging past the elbow, another burn you can't afford. The laughter comes bitter as unskimmed salt, more cough than mirth. These claws once shaped perfect salt bricks, now they can't hold boiled turnips steady. Dirt under your nails shows every lost skill, crusted black where salt crystals used to gleam. Remember testing brine's strength by tossing in eggs. Float high meant good yield, your fingers quick as kingfishers snatching them back. Today, you'd fumble straight into the pot. Finger joints grind like millstones, with each fist clench knobbled knuckles like barnacle clusters. Saxon healers swore squirrel fat ointment numbed fiery joints, though maybe that was just the mead talking. You rub goose grease instead, grease you should have saved for lamp wicks. The scraping blade slips, nicking your thumbnail down to the quick. Blood beads bright a crimson pearl lost in gray brine. 40 years ago, Calluses armored your hands thicker than boiled leather. Now thinning skin splits over bone-pink flesh, peeking through like dawn through storm clouds. You stare at the fire, flame tongues that once bent to your will. Now the blaze climbs too high, licking copper bottom with greedy orange teeth. When did flames grow bolder than your pacing? Smoke stings streaming eyes, but you'd never admit it's not just the fumes. Said returns, dumping armfuls of peat bricks for tonight's burning. His hands look like yours once did, scraped knuckles already healing before sunset. Youth knits skin swift as spider mending webs, no time wasted on slow scars. Historians still argue whether grandsires here retired or simply slumped over their rakes mid-shift. Sun drops, copper light glints off ladles hanging idle. Your right thumb twitches, ghost pain from a boil burst decades back. Fingers curl wrong these days, crooked as hawthorn branches after ice storms. Lifting the salt crust ledger feels like hauling boulders, pages wrinkled by your own dripping sweat. Moonrise finds you soaking hands in the brine well, stinging cure worse than the ailment. Saltwater puckers split skin further, but old Nan swore it purged ill humors. Stars reflect off the water, shivering like dropped needles when you grimace. Sleep brings no mercy, cotton wraps stick to night seeping wounds. You dream of Guthrum's hands, stirring vats with skeleton fingers. Dawn comes too soon, blisters fat as rabbit droppings, mocking your every move. Said takes the skim hook while you pretend not to notice, his smooth motions slicing scum like butter. You examine warped wood grain instead, counting cracks in the stirring trough. Pride withers slower than these swollen joints, both turning brittle under time's weight. Young muscle works where yours now fails, bile rises salt sharp in your throat. You rub thumbs over old scars, map of battles won against rogue flames and snapped ropes. Calluses were your armor once, now just crumbling ramparts before death's siege. When did skin grow softer than bog cotton under dawn frost? The bellows wheeze, their rhythm sinks with your rasping breath. Firelight dances over gnarled fingers, casting claw shadows on clay walls. Memory flashes, your grandest hands teaching you salt rope knots, those same knots you've forgotten by noon. Age devours skill faster than rust eats iron, leaving only hollow pride in its wake. Night air nips at raw knuckles, each gust a fresh betrayal. You tuck hands under armpits, smelling grease and old wounds. Orion watches coldly, his hunters, bow steadier than your trembling grip. Stiffness spreads up your wrists, chains forged by 10,000 repetitive motions. Last embers die as your fingers finally unclench, palm lines etched deep as dried riverbeds. Sleep drags you under dreaming of hands that never cracked nor shook. Morning finds you hacking peat, blisters burst and weeping. Said brings honey salve, precious as Frankish gold. You let him spread it, his fingers light as moth wings. Warmth seeps into cracked skin, brief mercy before the brine pot calls. Sun climbs, but your hands still hide in cloth wraps. Stirring takes, both palms now swinging the paddle like some clumsy oar. Splinters worm deeper, with every push tiny vengeances for years of rough use. Salt grains grit in open wounds, reminding you of every crystal harvested since youth. Noon heat loosens tight joints, barely enough to grip the salt cake mold. Pressing down feels like grinding bones, knuckles white as fresh salt lumps. The brick crumbles at one edge, flawed as your own failing grip. Said watches silent, knowing better than to offer aid again. You shatter the imperfect brick, watch fragments vanish into the simmering muck. Perfection was once your trademark. Now you're just glad to lift the mold clean. Dusk cools your throbbing hands, wind whistling over split skin like kettle song. You flex fingers sticky with honey and brine, each movement measured in aches. Stars blink awake, their cold light kinder than the sun's scrutiny tomorrow. Morning frost bleaches the nettle patches, their sting long gone from your leather palms. You kick aside brittle stems, no peat stacks left to shield the hearth's eastern flank. Wind whistles through gaps in the wattle, an empty tune where crackling flames once sang. The clay oven stares back cold as a cryptstone. Your breath fogs the air, thinner than steam from boiling brine. No smoke stains the pre-dawn gray, no copper-bottom growl under bubbling brew. Even rats abandoned this silence. Their nibbling songs ceased weeks back. You kneel, palm flat against the hearthstone. Cold seeps through calluses, remembering when this slab glowed like captured sunlight. Frankish merchants prized Saxon salt brighter than their feeble marshes, their coins clinking for our white hoard. Now dust coats the salt ledger, last entry smudged by a trembling thumb. Nettles sway where peat bricks once smoldered roots, digging into forgotten ash. That one stubborn ember died yesterday, whispering tales of oak woods drowned for salt kilns. Folk said dying fires spoke true, but you caught only the hiss of damp rot. A spider drags its prize across the soot, webs now the sole industry here. Your laugh cracks the quiet, harsher than splitting greenwood. 60 winters you fed these flames, now they choke on bog cotton alone. Footsteps crunch outside, said bearing armfuls of damp reeds. His frown deepens at the dead hearth, lips pressed thin as blade edges. You wave him off before he speaks. No need for his youth to apologize for time's theft. Sunlight slants through roof holes, dust motes swirling where steam once danced. You count the rafters by memory, each smoke-blackened beam, a year of your life. Northumbrian peat fueled these burnings, miles of bog drained dry for saltmen's trade. Now regrown marshes swallow those paths, water reclaiming what fire devoured. Said lingers by the brine well, handle rusted tight from disuse. His shadow stretches toward you, reaching like he once reached for skimming hooks. They're burning sea coal down in Londonwick. He murmurs, voice careful as a bird near snares. Flames hotter lasts longer than you spit into the cold hearth, saliva sizzling nothing on bare stone. Let southern fools choke on their black rocks. Saxon salt was born from clean earth smoke. Historians still argue whether our decline came before or after new edicts. But dead fires need no royal decrees. Wind shifts, nettles rattle like bone dice across the threshold. You pocket a whittled rook, its wings chipped from your own idle knife. That thief child's toy outlasted copper vats, a bitter joke for the hearth gods. Said leaves with empty hands, no salt cakes to trade for barley. You trace the cauldron's rim, finger catching on a dent from the great freeze of '82. Ice shattered stronger vessels that year, yet this old warrior held fast. Rain begins dripping through thatch onto ash-powdered floor. Puddles bloom like phantom flames, a fleeting hearth for drowned spirits. You sit anyway back against stones, holding decades of stolen warmth. Roman salt roads glitter westwards tonight, teasing with their straight, unbroken paths. Dusk comes unopposed, no flames to banish creeping shadows. Your joints stiffen faster without fire's caress, knees crackling like green wood in frost. Nan swore peat-smoke preserved old bones, but she died bent double, gathering fuel. Owl-calls replace the bellows gasp, night birds claiming the silent shed. Stars peek through smoke hole, Woden's eyes judging barren hearths. You drag a nettle stalk across the hearthstone, sketching a salt cake no fire will ever crystallize. Memories rise in the dark, the hiss of brine meeting flame, pop of shifting copper bottom, clang of skimming hooks on vat rims. Ghost sounds swallowed by wind in the nettles, not even echoes remain. Moonlight pales the eastern wall, exposing every crumbled daub gap. You could patch them, mix mud and hair like springtime's past. But idle hands invite phantom pains, so you dig thumbnail into old blisters instead. Hours gnaw themselves, raw dawn finds your legs numb under you. Rising takes 3 tries, fingers scrambling like beetles on wet slate. The hearthstone mocks your weakness, its cold kiss leaching final heat from marrow. You stumble outside, gulping air free of phantom smoke. Valley fog hides the Roman road, spares you its taunting straightness. Cold dew soaks your leggings, mockery of brine spatter from vigorous years. Ced's voice drifts uphill, practicing Frankish phrases with a peddler. Strange vowels clash with oak rustle, harsher than any salt song of your youth. His future floats away on those foreign syllables, a leaf tossed into strange currents. Returning inside, you kick the nettles, invading the threshold. Their broken stems weep sour sap, reeking of abandonment. No peat smoke left to mask the stench, just creeping green where white crystals ruled. Your shadow stretches gaunt across the cauldron, all angles where muscle once curved. Saltmen should vanish with their kilns, not linger like unburied tools. Yet breath still fogs the air, one treason against the silence. Footsteps approach, a stranger's boot scrape on flint. You turn slow, spine grinding like a quern stone. A coal trader stands there offering black sacks from a soot-streaked cart. His eyes flick over dead hearth, lips twitching at easy conquest. You spit at his boots, a glob of phlegm missing by inches. He shrugs, already retreating toward younger kilns down valley. No coins left to waste on pride, but your silence costs nothing. Wind rises, howling through the doorless frame. It snatches your breath steam, scattering it westward toward the sea. Salt's birth home calls its child too weak now for answering. Kneeling, you press a palm flat where flames roared brightest. Stone sucks heat from flesh, final lesson from a dying craft. Sed's laughter drifts up like wood smoke, already forgetting the taste of saltaire. Night falls without ceremonies, stars piercing the ruined roof. You lie on soot-caked earth, head pillowed on moldering wool mitts. Moonlight turns nettle patches silver, a false frost over dead industry. Dreams bring no roaring fires, just endless winding of saltropes. Each tug unravels your tendons, coiling them into brittle threads. Dawn's first bird call finds you hollow, lungs breathing air unspiced by burning peat. The hearth remains silent, ash drifts swirling like lost prayers at your feet. You smell the fish before seeing it, 2 sea pike dangling from Oswin's belt. Their scales flash dull silver, mocking your empty drying racks. He hoists them like battle trophies. The Roman river slime still clings to his boots. Heard you've got salt to trade. He grins, yellow teeth bared in a fox's smile. You point toward the last ceramic jar, dust thicker than the crust on its rim. Oswin pops the lid, sniffs like a hound on spoiled meat. His nose wrinkles, though you know your brine's quality. Roman marshes send better stuff downstream, he claims, flicking a grain off his thumb. Experts think the Angle shore's salt rivaled Frankish mines, yet rumors ruin prices faster than mold. 3 sacks by his rust-pocked cauldron, its bottom thin as a beggar's soles. Oswin counts the salt twice, squinting at imagined short measures. His thumb ring bears Mercury's face, a god for liars and bargainers. Wind carries laughter from newer kilns, men burning sea coal for faster yields. Your fingers itch toward the fish, swollen bellies promising good oils. Yet pride demands indifference. You toss the salt sacks like discarding chicken bones. Oswin lingers, testing the cauldron's weight on his palm. Old woman southward swallows nails for good salt. He offers, eyeing your crumbling shed. 8-9 pins last moon, said they sang hymns in her gut. You spit near his foot, a Saxon weight trick to distract traders. Historians still argue whether our folk bartered salt by volume or ritual song. But hunger cares little for academic quarrels. The fish eyes stare blankly, glistening like wet flint. You skin them slow, knife work steady despite your shaking wrist. Fat sizzles on hot stones, the scent pricking tears behind your eyes. No salt touches the flesh. Every grain's worth its weight in barley now. Sunset paints the trade road copper, wagon ruts fading under mud. No merchants come uphill anymore, just scavengers sniffing for scraps. Said returns, empty-handed, his pouch flat against his hip. Frankish peddlers take Roman salt 6-1, he reports, kicking the new cauldron. The dent echoes like a hollow gourd. Offered me work stoking their coal pits, 20 days for an iron hook. You chuck him a fish head, grinning at his grimace. Tell them Saxon cauldrons season broth better, you rasp, though yours hasn't boiled brine in 7 moons. Said pockets the skull barter for apple mash or melancholy. His fingers brush the cauldron's split, seam edges sharp as broken promises. Trade guides claim 3 sacks bought sturdy pots, but your ledger lies under rat nests now. Night folds over Salt-Kettle Ridge, damp air chewing through wool layers. You count the remaining jars, each one lighter than your breath steam. Flavius Josephus wrote Judean rebels traded salt for daggers. Yet your best cakes barely buy mildewed flour, said snores by the cold hearth, dreaming of southern fires. Moonlight stripes his face, etching lines your own mirror forgot. Boys become men between salt boils, 3 harvests sharpening soft limbs into blades. You carve a new notch in the doorframe, 13 moons since full racks gleamed. The knife slips, gashing your thumb above the joint. Blood beads dark as bog iron your curses, swallowed by the indifferent dark. Wild dogs howl in the valley, their chorus answered by bleeding goats. You toss the fish bones toward their cries, a ghost of feasts past. Saltmen once tanned hides, with brine turning wolf pelts into royal cloaks. Now bare earth drinks your last crystals, ungrateful as the tide. Dawn brings sleet needling through the ruined roof. Ice coats the cauldron's lip, a mockery of crystallized salt rings. Said hauls it outside, huffing like an overworked ox. South folk prize cast-offs for scrap, he mutters, rubbing his chapped wrists. You wave him off, salt crust stinging your split thumb. Let him trade it for seed grain, planting hope you'll never taste. 3 crows watch from the nettle patch, heads cocked like thieving reeves. You hurl a stone too weak to ruffle their feathers. Last spring's egg hides a cowrie shell, placed to draw honest traders. The birds scatter, wing beats churning the frigid air. Silence returns heavier, broken only by Said's distant haggling. Shadows stretch long before he returns, flour sack half empty over his shoulder. His mouth firms into a blade's edge, no need for spoken disappointment. You portion the grain, dirt-flecked and weevil-ridden. Each handful counts as prayer beads rough between your fingers. Oswin's cauldron sits by the nettles, rejected even by scrapmen. Rain pools in its hollow, reflecting clouds too high for salt smoke. Said boils porridge, without salt stirring clots into gluey lumps. You eat slow, tongue searching for phantom savor. Roman legions carried salt rations, strapping wages to their very sweat. Your coin is silence flavored with rust. Nightfall finds you counting stars through roof holes. The moon licks the cauldron's edge, gilding its worthlessness. You dream of hoisting white sacks onto broad carts, muscles singing under salt's sweet weight. Laughter rumbles like copper cauldrons, voices clear as struck flint. Dawn reveals frost on the discarded pot, a false silvering of its decay. You kick it downhill, watching it bounce like a dishonored shield. Zed gathers the last salt dust, sprinkles it over his gruel. His jaw works stubbornly, chewing pride instead of flavor. The crows return pecking at where the cauldron fell. Your laughter startles them into flight, their cries sharpening the new silence. 13 moons burnished your patience thinner than Oswin's trade iron, now broken as the roads below. South winds bring sea stink to your ridge, a reminder of fish you'll never boil. Salt's ghost lingers in your joints, aching like unfinished business. Children's voices climb the slope, chanting Latin hymns for Saint Martin. Their rhythm jars old salt songs, twisting them into foreign shapes. You close your eyes, letting brine memory drown their cadence. Half-remembered verses rise like steam, then vanish into sleet-sharpened wind. The flour sack sags emptier each dawn, a shape sinking into itself like abandoned hopes. Zed leaves with the sunrise, spade shouldered like a spear. His shadow flows downhill, merging with the hungry Roman road. You remain guardian of unmade salt, listening to nettles whisper what the flames forgot. The children's psalm chants buzz like gnats, their Latin rhythms clipping and tripping over slopestones. You hum the old brine song under your breath, or what scraps still cling to your memory. The melody frays at key turns, gaps widening like rotten net mesh. Elder tongues once shaped work songs, each grain-sifting motion matched to verses. You recall Guthrum bellowing them, his voice rattling the salt vats. Now his ghost croaks off-key in your skull, lyrics half-drowned by boyish church tunes. A broth-stirring ditty surfaces, its words baked into your knuckles. Ash to ember copper's song, you murmur, then stall like a stuck mill wheel. The next line skitters away, a fish escaping wet fingers. You substitute nonsense sounds, grunting vowels where herbs and river names should bloom. Zed's sister taught you sieve divination once, patterns in salt crystals predicting rain or raids. You squint at the empty rack, its crisscrossed reeds forming no helpful shapes. Just spider legs dancing across gaps, writing doom in web script. Your throat thickens, sun-warmed honey clotting your voice box. A drinking hymn dies half-spoken, parched as midsummer wells. Plates testify, those who sang gained strength. Yet your forgotten verses bring only thirst. Monks scribble our songs onto calfskin, now claiming to save oral roots from rot. Their quills smooth rough edges, turning salt grinders' curses into meadow rhymes. You once saw a brother notate your grandfather's kiln song, crossing out the sweat stanza for being unchaste. The children vault the fence, their hymn books slapping against wool tunics. One pauses, mocking your tuneless murmurs with a saint's antiphon. His pitch pierces clean, a falcon's cry beside your croak. Historians still argue whether Latin chants erased work songs or simply gilded their corpses. You swipe at the boy, missing his sleeve by 3 hand widths. Laughter echoes down the ridge, flaying your pride like salted hides. Young throats hold no reverence for tradition, only coin lust and apostle lore. Rain drums the shed roof, drowning your next attempt at song. Wet air carries Roman hymns from valley churches, seeping through wattle cracks. You answer with Guthrum's favorite curse tune, the one about eels and oathbreakers. Halfway through, the words twist into a Marian hymn, stubborn as burrs in fleece. Nightfall brings deeper voice troubles, the cold gnawing your vocal cords. You gargle warm nettle brew, a trick the last songkeeper taught. It scrapes down rough, doing little beyond staining your teeth green. Stars blur overhead, their positions useless for lyric timing. Dreams offer false memories, grandfather singing perfect pitch over boiling pots. His hands conduct the steam plumes, each note timed to bubble pops. Dawn reveals the lie, your own voice, cracking on the first scale step. Said finds, you scraping rust off tools, your humming reduced to nasal drones. He joins in with a Frankish drinking song, hitting notes that bruise your eardrums. You chuck a rag at his head, missing again. Ballista crews chanted pull songs at Lindisfarne. He smirks, tuning his tone to annoy. Experts think war chants strengthened shield walls, though your weak croak would have invited axe blows. You attempt a harvest rhyme, last sung when ovens billowed white. The words have vanished, leaving only orphaned rhythms behind. What once charted salt-curring times now measures silence, empty beats mocking your dry tongue. Even rats flee your racket, skittering toward sweeter cacophonies. A lone owl answers your final warble, hooting correction from the yew tree. Its rhythm matches no known salt song, only night's hungry meter. Morning psalms rise again, boys shrilling them like blade sharpening. You mouth the old words, lips moving without sound. They curdle behind your teeth, soured by disuse and church bell clamor. One phrase hangs intact, a lullaby for dying kilns. You gift it to the empty brine well voice, splintering on the high note. The stones swallow your offering whole, granting no echo in return. Shadows stretch long Latin chants climbing toward Woden's abandoned seat. Your throat burns, a kiln bereft of salt and song alike. The brine stings less today. Your cracked lips barely register its pinch. You study the shallow trench water, oozing sluggish as snail tracks. 2 moons passed. This channel ran shin-deep, soaking leather boots in minutes. Your fingernail scrapes the stones. Gritty residue clings too weak for harvesting. Iron tang still lingers, but fainter than rust on neglected blades. An offering might appease the mud gods, or whatever gnomes lurk underground. You dig out 3 copper pins, stolen from Sed's cloak-mending kit. One bore Roma's eagle, plundered from southern battlefields long closed. The water gulps them without ripple, leaving no trace but oily smears. Historians credit Romans with lead pipes, yet their engineers couldn't fix dying springs like yours. Said arrives hauling a yoke, 2 buckets, swinging like empty bellies. He sniffs the channel nose, wrinkling at diminished stench. Workers once believed thick stink meant strong brine. Now you crave any foulness at all. His boot prods the mud, dislodging a frog that leaps away in disgust. Still praying to whole gods, he kicks silt into the well, staining his soul's ochre. You remind him of the great salt drought when Wessex wells ran dry for 7 winters. They sacrificed a bullock then, and ate it roasted when prayers failed. Sed's laughter echoes too loud in the hollow. Your newest apprentice approaches, 13 years old, and already taller than your stooped frame. Aaron's arms strain under a shriveled log, his offering for the spring. Old texts mention you wood restoring wells, though only mad monks still quote such scrolls. The boy drops the branch, its needles blackening in murk. Will it burble again? Aaron squints at the greasy surface, hopeful as spring lambs. You lie through salt-crusted teeth, nodding toward the far hills. When Nodens shakes his moss beard, it'll flow like mead. Experts think gods like Nodens ruled healing springs, though your feeble trickle needs more than divine cough syrup. The boy mops his brow, sweat stinging his eyelids. He withdraws a pebble, letting it sink through the gloom. You count to 9 before soft, thumping signals mud impact. Last moon drops plinked audibly at 5 counts. Now the swallowing depth steals sound. Aaron sketches runes in damp earth, waves linked to trout shapes. Fish once teemed here, their silver backs glinting under brine clouds. Midday glare heats the well house, stones their cracks, sucking precious moisture. You uncork a clay jug, mainly rainwater now, and splash your neck. Aaron copies you, his sip immediately spat out. No salt left tastes like puddle slop. Sed hurls his bucket aside, metal clanging against flint. Tell the brat truth, this well's corpse gold. We're licking its grave dirt. Aaron flinches, rubbing his throat as if tasting ash. You glower at Sed, white lies being kinder than despair. The laborer trudges uphill toward the sheds, shoulders hunched under invisible burdens. 12 workers remained last moon, now barely half stagger through dawn gates. Digging deeper might salvage something. Your shovel bites feebly at compacted mud. Aaron joins, his young muscles driving steel into earth. Each scoop unearths pottery shards. Ancestor fingers once gripped these curves. One fragment bears soot marks, evidence of votive flames lit long ago. Coppers weren't enough. Aaron pants, tossing aside a broken comb. Maybe we drop silver next. You recall village whispers. A Sussex salt boiler buried his firstborn's lockets for potency. His well gushed blood-red brine next dawn, or so drunken scalds claim. Your purse holds only iron scraps, not treasures fit for underworld bribes. The sun crawls westward, bleaching your nape raw. Blisters rise on Aaron's palms, bursting pink against the shovel's shaft. His stamina falters pace, slowing as hope hemorrhages. You halt before his knees buckle, nodding toward the shade. Fetch those lichen-covered rocks. You point at the ridge pile, their green fuzz, supposedly possessing earth magic. Aaron staggers uphill, his shadow dragging like chains. Alone, you study the pit's new depth, darkness hiding whatever seepage remains. Finger-dipping confirms your dread, weaker flow than ever before. 13 days since good crystallization, even full buckets now yield only grit. The spoon test survives in memory. Brine once floated iron spoons, proof of salt weight. Now your spoon sinks like an anchor, mockery, in murky liquid. Said returns with Guthrum's widow her hands, cradling chamomile bundles. She tosses flowers into the depression, yellow petals rotting instantly. The ritual demands beechnuts and barley. But famine emptied store chests months ago. Her hymn rasps like crow calls, words extinct save among elder crones. Well, prayers once summoned 9 goddesses, mad nymphs, who rode mineral vapors upward. Aaron dumps lichen rocks around the rim, their moss slick and slimy underfoot. Said scoffs, boot-toeing one into the stew below. It vanishes soundlessly, consumed as all offerings here. Healer's ledger mentions urine-boosting springs. Guthrum's widow croaks, squinting at the apprentices. Each man pisses clockwise, 12 times per dawn. Aaron's horrified giggle breaks tension, echoing off the silent stones. Historians still argue whether Saxon medicine worsened or healed through such cures. You wave away the suggestion, bladder weakness being your new curse. Twilight paints the hollow cobalt water gone ink black and sinister. Bats replace swallows, zipping low to sip what brine gnats remain. The stars offer no guidance, their cold light indifferent to earthbound thirst. A moon-bleached bone jabs from the mud, a sheep tibia offering from winters past. You kick it aside, revealing worm trails in the glistening sludge. The first star pulses bright, Woden's jeweled eye judging failed sacrifices. You drain the final rainwater jug, throat aching for salt's burn. Aaron sleeps against the tool shed, snoring through cracked lips. Said snores, louder uphill, his dreams full of Frankish salt cellars, according to drunken mutters. The last prayer escapes your chapped mouth, vowels buckling under rust and dust. Mud swallows this plea too, swift as every other entreaty. Eels thrash in distanced streams, their writhings felt through trembling soil. Footsteps approach Guthrum's widow, returns clutching her shawl. She drops juniper berries into the pit, their spice scent clashing with rot. Eastridge well died slower, her voice crackles like burning peat. Lingers 3 winters, then river steals its spirit. You ask about the Roman well, their stone-lined pit near the barley fields. Scholars found lead curse tablets there, pleas to gods no one remembers naming. Romans poisoned earth with lead pipes. She spits toward their abandoned fortress. Experts once blamed lead for imperial collapse, though your brine needs no metal to falter. Head throbbing, you retreat toward cold hearths. Aaron whimpers in sleep, fighting dream thieves after his bread loaf. The brine's whisper follows you, its voice thinner than spider silk. Dawn inspection reveals worse depletion, a mere film glistening overnight. No coins, no herbs, no chance strengthen this pulse. Even the mud dries pale, cracked like sun-baked pottery. Said stomps down, boots kicking dust, devils ahead. He stands over the defeated well, hands planted on his belt. That Frankish trader leaves today. His gaze avoids yours, fixed on eastern hills. Offers 2 copper coins per salt bag. The words taste fouler than spoiled broth. Turning away, you count the deepening cracks in well stones. Each fissure tells stories, ancestors weeping underground earth, shifting away from sorrow. Aaron wakes scratching flea bites, his hopeful eyes asking silent questions. Your head shake sends him scurrying toward the oat vat, breakfast being the sole ritual left. Legends speak of an earth vein beneath Saxon lands, swollen with brine as dark as blood. The Great Mother suckled salt houses through stone teats until greed made her withdraw. You search the cracks, finding only the shriveled tongue of dead dirt. By noon, wind snatches dead lichen from the well rim. Specks of green flutter westward, chasing clouds that never rain. Said loads his salt bags onto the Frank's mule, back bent under their feather-light shame. You remain, shovel scraping barren mud, seeking any wetness the earth hoards. Aaron dozes nearby, dreaming of deep springs that no longer answer. One final copper pin glints in your palm, its eagle worn faceless by time. The well consumes its body without thanks, a metal corpse in a watery grave. Memories surge, your grandfather teaching brine taste tests, how to count iron levels by tongue tingles. The ritual falters, your numb taste buds registering nothing. Said returns at dusk, reeking of Frankish sour ale. He sways by the pit, eyes glassy with defeat and drink. Trader says alpine mines give better salt. His slurring echoes too loud. Even Danes buy their rocks now. Aaron stirs his whimper, calmed by your hand, patting straw hair. The boy asked last week why Danes raid if northern wells also fade. You had no answers, only curses for sea wolves and envy for their unbroken brine luck. Night frogs begin their dirge, their throats swollen with vigor. Each croak mocks your salt-starved sweat, your empty casks, your dying craft. The wind shifts, carrying a queer mineral scent. You sniff the air, nostrils flaring like hounds on scent. Hope flares, wild and unwelcome, snuffed just as fast. Only chimney soot rides this breeze, bitter ghosts of last year's fires. Guthrum's widow was wrong. This well won't linger 3 winters. By harvest moon, only dust and thirsty stones will remain. Your shadow stretches, long and trembling, across the dried-up, offering pit. One last sigh escapes you, tasting of rust and rotten yew needles. Tomorrow brings Roman merchants, dry bargains, haggling over funeral spices. The mud has stopped listening altogether. You kneel on packed earth, your fingers tracing grooves on the silver brick. Grandfather's stag symbol stares back, nose chipped from 80 harvests of use. Salt crust still clings to its edges, bits of white trapped in the stamp. Workshops once minted these weekly. Now this lone survivor weighs your palms down. Saxon silversmiths prized such ingots, trade tokens, trusted more than kings' faces on coins. Aaron watches from the woodpile, his eyes following the metal's dull gleam. He hugs his knees, trying to mimic your stillness. 3 nights past he asked why Danes melt stolen silver into arm rings. You joked it stops them losing loot down trouser legs, earning his first smile in weeks. Why bury good silver? His whisper cuts through the shed's silence. You stroke the stag's flank, remembering grandfather's tales. Each ingot got blessed over brine vats, smoked with applewood to seal in luck. His voice roughens in memory, calling it the house's backbone. Without it, rafters sag. Soup thins. Men forget their fathers' crafts. Historians found such tokens under Roman villa thresholds too, proof old magics linger under Christian crosses. Zed's shadow darkens the doorway, his breath sour from yesterday's ale. He eyes the ingot, throat bobbing like he's swallowing arguments. Trader offered 6 copper pennies for that. He leans against splintered wood, fingers tapping a restless rhythm. Frank's teeth would rot before reaching gall. Your thumb rubs tarnish from the stag's eye, blinking away grandfather's ghost. This stays with Saxon soil. Aaron crawls closer, fascinated by metal forbidden to touch. His fingertip hovers above the ingot, feeling coldness seep into air. Workers used to warm ingots before barter, believing heat proved honest weight. Now the slab chills your thighs through woolen leggings, a dead thing pretending to be treasure. Zed snorts, kicking sawdust toward the hearth. Soil won't spit it back when tacksmen come. You stand brushing grit from worn knees. Sunset stripes the floorboards orange, marking the burial hour. Grandfather timed such rituals at twilight, when day and night debts blurred. Your shovel scrapes packed dirt near the threshold, a hollow spot between foundation stones. Aaron scrambles up, dropping his pouch of acorn toys. Let me dig. His eagerness stings worse than refusal. You shake your head, nodding toward the door. Fetch juniper sprigs, the ones Guthrum's widow hung to dry. He darts off, leaving Zed scowling in the shadows. The first shovel thud sends vibrations through your wrists. Ground resists, its clay heart hardened by summer drought. Each strike chips away Saxon dirt, 3 generations compacted by work boots. You unearth a mouse skeleton, tiny ribs splayed like comb teeth. Beneath it, grandfather's rusted knife, left for doorstep guardians 50 years prior. Zed crouches, poking the brown-stained blade. Buried steel too, to cut bad fortune's threads. You lift the knife, its edge flaking like stale bread. Archaeologists find blades under doorways everywhere, Viking York to Frankish Paris. No one agrees if it's practicality or prayer. Aaron returns, juniper clutched like royal scepter. The scent cuts through shed musk, clean and bitter as lost hopes. You line the pit with sprigs, creating a nest for silver. The ingot settles in its corners, digging into green bedding. Grandfather claimed juniper, masked treasure smell from earth giants, though you suspect he just liked the aroma. Aaron drops a pebble onto the silver, a tiny clink echoing oddly loud. Workers used to test ingots this way, listening for pure ringing tones. This one thuds, dull as mud-clogged bell. Said stands abruptly, boot heels grinding sawdust. Rather buy a milch goat than feed dirt metal. His exit slams the door, shuddering dust motes into amber light. Aaron jumps, then scowls at the trembling walls. Said's a donkey's backside. Your chuckle surprises both of you, a cracked sound seldom heard since spring. Donkeys haul salt, we need those too. A twilight hush seeps through cracks, muffling the distant clang of Frankish wagons. You take Aaron's hand, guiding his palm over the ingot. His gasp at the cold makes you smile. Sprinkle dirt, you murmur, pressing a clay cup into his grip. He looms over the pit soil, dribbling between nervous fingers. Clods patter the silver, blotching its shine with Saxon earth. The stag vanishes first, buried under ancestral dirt. Archaeologists one day might puzzle over this, why a thriving salt house buried its heart's middle. Aaron steps back, eyeing his dusty handprint on your sleeve. Will it grow another salt house? Like barley seeds, you almost lie, then taste grandfather's ghost smoke on your tongue. Only ghosts will guard this now, and maybe worms needing winter homes. He giggles, covering his mouth with dirty fingers. The last shovelfuls thump softly, muffling juniper and silver alike. You need the dirt flat, knuckles scraping pebbles. Workers kneaded dough here each dawn, thick loaves for salt-stoked appetites. Now, the only rising thing is silence, pressing against roof beams. When you rise, Aaron clutches your elbow, steadying legs gone numb. His warmth feels foreign after months of chill disappointments. Twilight's last gleam gilds the threshold, hiding fresh burial scars. Some villages buried iron nails for luck. Others sank horse skulls under floors. Historians still argue whether these customs warded off witches or creditors. You light a tallow dip, its flame struggling in still air. Smoke crawls upward, too thin to blacken rafters. Aaron yawns, leaning against your hip like a drowsy pup. Says, we move to the Roman fort ruins. His whisper tickles your tunic. You watch tallow wax puddle, shaped like a shrunken island. Romans abandoned those stones to rats, and rain their only company. A moth kisses the flame, vanishing in a pop and sizzle. Aaron jerks awake, staring at the corpse spiraling down. Grandfather's ghost, just a moth making poor choices. His sleepy laughter follows you outside, where stars prick the salt house shadows. Air tastes different tonight, clean of brine and despair alike. Said's fire glows uphill, his figure hunched over mead jug and memories. Underfoot, the buried ingot hums a silent note, felt through boot soles. Silver pulls on distant moon currents, or so grandfather swore. You touch the doorframe, splinters catching skin like tiny farewells. Morning will bring Frankish traders and empty vats, but tonight belongs to sleeping silver. Aaron stumbles to his pallet, dreaming of metal trees and juniper forests. You remain measuring shadows where the ingot sank, cold seeping into bones like old friends' handshake. Sed's fire dies first, leaving ember eyes in the hillside gloom. Then Aaron's snores soften, lost in nightingale songs. Even the stars seem hushed, watching thresholds where treasure sleeps. Your final vigil ends unmarked, a sigh lost to wind's indifferent breath. The last candle drowns in wax, darkness stitching closed the day's wounds. Somewhere underground, the stag waits, metal bones cradled by root and stone. Rain gnaws the axe handle left by the salt pans, split oak weeping in the damp. Each drop deepens the cracks, splinters reaching like thirsty roots. You scrape rust from a peeling blade, flakes falling as red snow onto mud. Your whetstone skips, useless against metal rot's hunger. A fat spider crosses the drying rack, her shadow stretching across warped wood. She spins silk between empty tiers, looming over spaces that once held baskets. Workers called spiders, weaving nuns, believing their webs caught bad fortune before it hit the salt. Now the only luck here is mildew blooming blue on leather straps. You test a gutting knife's edge, blunted by disuse and damp air. Its pommel bears your grandfather's initials, S and T, entwined like lovers. Better steel than Danes carry, or so he'd boast each sharpening hour. Saxon smiths soaked blades in barley mash, a trick to keep rust at bay. Even the Franks copied that method, though they'll never admit it. Sed's old wool mitts sag on a hook, mouse-chewed fingers dangling limp. Something rustles inside when wind hits, perhaps a beetle writing its memoirs. You remember stitching those mitts for his name day, pricking your thumb till wool drank the blood. Overhead, thatch sags under a spider's nursery, egg sacs like tiny linen purses. One bursts as you watch dozens of specks ballooning away on breeze threads. Nature's invading force, parachute troops seizing abandoned land. By the cold hearth, 3 scrapers lie in a rust embrace, their curves matching like sleepers spooning. You lift the top one, its handle snapping clean. Fungi have painted the wood green swirls resembling Ogham script. Some claim tools sigh when finally left, though you hear only wind through splinters. A cracked mallet leans where the brine barrel stood, its head splintered from splitting pine. You swing it once for memory's sake, air whooshing where salt cakes once crunched. The force unbalances you, boot slipping on slimy stones. Still fighting ghosts, croaks a voice from the doorway. Guthrum's widow stands silhouetted, her shawl patched with Roman cloth scraps. She hobbles inside, cane tapping a Morse code of pain. Needed your spindle whorl. Her eyes scan the decaying tool's mouth, tightening at each ruin. You find it under peat dust, chalkstone rim, chipped from decades of use. She pockets it, fingers trembling like birch leaves. Saw the butter churn near the well. She sniffs, wiping cobwebs from her sleeve, full of starlings nesting. You imagine their wings beating where cream once frothed, a hollow, feathery music. Saxon dairies often churned at sunrise, timed with the first salt boil bubbles. She points at the axe's corpse. That fetched 2 eggs at Wulfsige's farm, for kindling, for his boy's burial pyre. She rubs her swollen knuckles, spit shining the ache away. Fever took him dawn past. Silence swallows her cane taps as she leaves. Rain drums harder, its rhythm syncopated by drips from roof holes. You catch water in a rusted pot, watching steel flakes swirl like fish scales. Workers once whispered spells over tool dousings, believing rain's spirits preserved metal. Tonight it just smells like blood dissolving. By moonlight, you reset mouse traps with cheese rinds, though no one steals crumbs here now. A trap snaps empty at your shadow spring's hissing betrayal. Historians will later find thousands of such traps, debating if Saxons fought mice or metaphor. Morning bears the shed's slow death, lichen staining walls like unwashed wounds. A honeysuckle vine strangles the salt scoop, sweetness choking the work that fed it. You yank it free, sap sticking like guilt to your palms. Beneath the west eaves, Aaron's faded toy horse lies half sunk in mud. Its carved mane mimics your cousin's hair, curls, the boy now planting barley near Otta's ford. His laughter no longer bounces off cauldrons, just echoes where rust lives. You stack what remains, hand scythes black, with neglect, all points rounded by time. The neat pile looks like a tiny pyre, tools ready for a craftsman's funeral. Your muscle memory knows each curve, but your fingers flinch from touching. Sed's voice drifts from the barley plot, singing a hymn to some saint's toenail. Off key, like always, he stopped visiting the shed after Aaron left, calling it a sad old woman's hearth. A woodpecker hammers the eastern post, seeking beetles in softening oak. Each strike shivers dust from rafters, ghost powder floating where salt dreams died. You try Guthrum's trick with rotten handles, rubbing seal fat into thirsty grain. But the oil just weeps out, rejected by fiber, turned to sponge. Shipbuilders swore by seal grease for wood, so why not salthouse axes? The answer comes when the handle crumbles, all black crumbs staining your soles. At noon, sunlight arrows through a new roof gap, spotlighting rusted price tags still tied to awls. 9 pence, 3 pence, a farthing for the bent fish knife. No one bartered with coins here, just salt cakes and muttered promises. You sweep cobwebs from the tally stick, counting hash marks grown mossy. 8 summers since full production, 23 moons since last profit. By the windowsill, spiders rebuild their cities hourly. When rain returns, you sit where the foreman once stood back against damp stone. A daddy longlegs explores your boot, threadlegs testing leather cliffs. Workers feared their presence, calling them carrion criers. You let it climb, ticklish prospector seeking nothing. By dusk, mice emerge, nibbling rust flakes like spice. Their shadows dance where flames once roared, performing for ghosts who don't applaud. Nightfall brings the quietest theft, salt air, stealing the shed's last scent of metal. Only mildew's breath remains, thick and green as drowned things. Stars blink through holes, arranging themselves into unrecognized constellations. You picture Roman glass lamps in rich homes, flames guttering over debates about Saxon backwardness. Moonlight pales the tools to bone shapes, a skeleton crew awaiting orders that never come. The last thread of purpose snaps, unspooling into the hungry dark. You rise, brushing off memories like wood dust, and blow out the tallow stub. Behind you, iron sighs into final rest, spiders spinning shrouds for the masters who fled. Boots crunch flint outside the salt house, strange rhythms interrupting rotten wood creaks. 3 men loom in the doorway, sunlight gilding their foreign wool cloaks. Their leader's beard forks like a swallow's tail, a Frankish fashion your grandmother called goat-headed vanity. He offers a honeycomb dripping over his wrist, golden threads snapping in the breeze. We smell skilled hands here. His Latin-tinted Saxon rasps like a dull saw. Come tend hotter fires for better coin. His companions shift, revealing iron-tipped boots crusted with chalk mud. Franks loved their foot armor. Even Charlemagne wore gilt spurs to bed. One holds out a leather purse, muted clinks promising silver denarii inside. Foreign money rarely reached these valleys. Most traders bartered salt for Baltic amber. They lead you downhill, past the skeletal drying racks. Their kiln glows crimson against the twilight, a beast panting in the valley's throat. Black stone feeds it. The Frank kicks a lump of coal into flames, sulfur stench clawing your nostrils. Saxon salt boilers used only peat and oak, believing mineral fuel soured the brine. Historians still argue whether Britons avoided coal from superstition or lack of mining tools. Their furnace roars, a sound like dragons chewing mountains. Flames tower 3 men high, licking at clay chimneys stacked like hollow gods. Workers shovel coal with iron scoops, faces smeared with soot shadows. You count 12 men, none speaking the local tongue. A red-haired boy hands you a tasting spoon, its bowl welded from Roman coins. Liquid salt bubbles inside, thicker than your old brine ever boiled. White as alpine snow, yes. The Frank smirks, tapping a coal-dusted ledger. No sour yellow crumbs here. Your thumb traces the spoon's faded Caesar profile, edges softened by decades of greedy palms. Saxon cauldrons never reached such heat, yielding only granular salt, dubbed the poor man's flour. The redhead whispers while stirring vats. They pay in wine, not watered piss. His earlobe bears a scar from Saxon-style piercing, perhaps a runaway thrall. He nods toward a pile of chicken bones, each etched with worker tallies. Franks used poultry remains as scratch paper, a thrift your village scoffed at. Nightfall deepens, coal fire painting the woods blood orange. The Franks sing drinking songs, off-key melodies clashing with thrush calls. One offers smoked eel wrapped in linen, its grease staining the cloth translucent. Your old master's tools rust. Yes, the leader prods your shoulder with a furnace rod. We burn away useless traditions here. You watch sparks devour the coal's black heart, each flare birthing phantom salt crystals in the air. Your joints crave the heat, but your spine remembers cold peat's gentler glow. Thunder growls westward, a storm gnawing the horizon. The Franks cover their kiln with slate sheets, their movements swift as invasion troops. Rain hisses on hot stones, steam swallowing their proud flames whole. At dawn, they find you by the creek, scrubbing coal, grit from your palms. The Frank tosses a mead skin at your feet, brass cap gleaming like false hope. Change your ghosts for our fire. He mounts a stallion shod in Flemish iron. Third sunrise, we ride north. Wind carries their coal stink toward your silent salt house. A raven pecks at dropped eel bones, its caw echoing the Frank's laughter. Wind strokes the empty doorway, tangling cobwebs where leather aprons once brushed. No boot scuffs darken the threshold now, just drifts of ash finer than barley flour. Your shadow pools on worn oak planks, a puddle too thin to fill the space workers once crowded. Sunlight slants through broken shutters, each beam crowded with dancing grit. Remember those frantic mornings, steam fogging the rafters as salt cakes clattered onto carts. Now silence hangs thicker than vat sweat, broken only by mouse paws scritching in the walls. You step over collapsed roof tiles, their clay edges nibbled by frost. Tiny teeth marks riddle the splinters, field mice building winter nests. One chewed-through mitten lies near the cold hearth, wool fibers trailing like gutted memories. Historians tally Roman salt taxes, but forget how Saxon mittens smelled of brine and lanolin. Dust coats the salt-scraping blades, frost patterns etching new constellations on rusty steel. You lift a drying rack, its willow spokes brittle as dead veins. It disintegrates in your grip, splinters raining into the ashy drift below. They say charcoal pits preserved Anglo-Saxon butter. Perhaps your dust will guard ghost salt. A ledger lies open near the stoking pit, its vellum pages warped by damp. Ink bleeds through sheepskin, obscuring 10 winters of salt counts. Black beetles march across honey-stained tallies, tiny invaders claiming abandoned kingdoms. Mold blooms blue-green on the oat sack, your fingertips punching through rotted burlap. How many harvests did those words contain? Tight sows, broken plowshares, stillborn lambs. Chewed husks spill across the floor, mouse banquets raided by sparrows at dawn. Knuckles brush a smoke-blackened beam, soot whispering off in feathery puffs. Grease stains mark where younger hands steadied salt ladles, palm prints now blurred by grime. Your thumb fits a whittled notch in the post, measuring some long-dead boy's growth spurts. No peat smoke stings the rafters, No brine steam licks the ceiling beams. Rain drums a hollow song on the sagging thatch, drops sneaking through gaps to puddle on tools. Even rust needs drink, though your throat stays bone dry. Thunder cracks northwest, echoing off the empty drying sheds. Historians still debate why Saxon salt houses dwindled. Was it Roman competition, or the Danes' thirst for torches? Lightning flashes expose claw marks, badgers tunneling under the brine well stones. You kick a rusted cauldron leg, the metal groaning like a gutted hound. Its curves once held 12 stone of salt slurry, now home to a hedgehog's bristling brood. She hisses from the soot-caked belly. Needle spines guard stolen wool, scraps for her nest. Moonlight leaks through the collapsed roof, turning ash mounds silver. Shadows pool where workers once napped between shifts, sleeping on salt sacks, still warm from the kiln. Archaeologists found Byzantine coins in York's salt caches, but mice prefer woven gloves for bedding. Wind rattles the barred shutters, its tune missing the clank of stirring hooks. Shingle fragments skitter like crab claws across the floor, gray slivers fleeing invisible waves. No gossip buzzes during lull breaks, no laughter shakes dirt from the rafters. A woodlouse curls near your boot, armored against the emptiness you've become. They say Woden's ravens whispered through salt house smoke. Now only spiders watch your vigil. Your heel grinds salt grit into the floor, crystalline crunch, like footsteps on midwinter ice. How many thousand sacks carted north, handfuls pinched for barley stew, fistfuls tossed on icy paths. Frozen ruts never whispered thanks, though they gripped horse hooves less fiercely. Last ember of sunlight gilds a cracked water jug, its rim chipped from decades of clumsy refills. Dried mud cracks inside, riverbank clay refusing to surrender its last moisture. Dawn finds you tracing the rafters, counting nail holes where salt hammers once hung. Each wood knot mirrors a face lost to plague, distant kilns, mead hall brawls. Squatters collect Roman roof tiles for pigsties, yet your oak beams await no second life. Footsteps startle pigeons roosting in the eaves, wings clapping like ghost hands, mocking applause. Feathers sift down pale, as salt tears no fire will ever boil again. Nightfall's chill creeps under your cloak, threadbare will no match for the void's appetite. Stars prick through the ruined roof, cold eyes judging your stewardship of dust. One bright pinprick winces out, swallowed by the soot-stained dark between rafters. You kneel to retrieve a splintered tally stick, its notches recalling summers when brine ran strong. Beetles scritch inside its grooves, erasing numbers slower than memory falters. Rainwater drips onto your neck, each drop colder than a Dane's blade. The last fallen tile shatters underfoot, splinters fleeing toward mouse-dark corners. Wind lifts ash from the hearth, gray snow settling on your sleeves. Palms smear soot across tired eyes, stinging like the first salt grit shift you ever worked. No voice calls you for the evening stoking. No child tugs your belt for honey scraps. A moth flutters against your cheek, powdered wings brushing eyelids already half shut. Morning light bleaches the eastern window, its beam empty of dancing motes. The ash has settled, the threshold's dust lies smooth, floorboards sigh under no new weight. You shuffle toward the rust-scabbed cart, its wobbly wheels sunk in muddy ruts. 3 clay molds clank under burlap, each shaped by your grandfather's warped hands. The Frankish trader eyes their curves, thumb testing a brine-cracked rim. Pig iron, he grunts, tossing lumpy ingots onto mossy stones. Historians note Saxon metalwork declined after Rome fell, but your palms no good weight. Damp wool clings to your shoulders, cold seeping through patches the loom forgot. Rainwater pools in the cart bed, reflecting clouds gray as unwashed fleece. You hoist an ingot, its rough edge snagging your threadbare sleeve. Laugh lines crease the trader's face. Careful, saltsman, that bite's sharper than your brine hooks ever were. Mouse droppings speckle the molds, proof of winter nights spent abandoned. The trader kicks a mold's base, listening for flaws in the clay's song. Charlemagne's men pay double for salt block forms. He lies, knowing full well your shed stands empty. Across the channel, monks reportedly used salt to preserve communion wafers. But here, rust eats faster than prayers. Bartering feels foreign now, like speaking a half-remembered childhood tongue. You demand 3 ingots per mold, hands steady despite hollow guts. He offers 2, spitting into the mud between your boots. A milch goat bleats from his wagon, her udder swaying like overripe plums. Historians still debate whether Saxon goats outnumbered sheep, but her hungry eyes win the fight. Rope burns stripe your palms, dragging the bleeding nanny toward the ruined shed. She resists, planting hooves like anvils in the muck, stubborn as a bishop's mule. You mutter, yanking her past nettle-choked door jambs. Children's laughter once chased goats here, now cobwebs garland empty milk pails. Your knife carves the first notch oak, splintering under the blade's dull kiss. 11 shallow cuts already mar the frame. 12 feels like a funeral dirge. Goat droppings pellet the floor, round as Dane-shot marbles, stinking of green defiance. Archaeologists found Roman coins strung as Saxon necklaces. But this goat's worth more than silver now. The nanny noses your belt pouch, searching for non-existent salt treats. Her tongue rasps your wrist, a sandpaper kiss that almost sparks joy. Winter milk for spring porridge, you promise, stroking her knobby spine. Frankish traders peddle cow cheese as luxury, but goat curds cling tighter to starving ribs. Iron ingots stack unevenly near the cold hearth, their jagged edges threatening the dusty floor. You heft one toward the cracked anvil, its shadow squirming like a beheaded adder. Rain slants through the roof, hissing on metal skin, never meant for salt-shed living. Thunder groans westward, echoing your empty belly's rumble. The goat chews your cloak's fringe, testing boundaries like a new apprentice. Soot stains her pale muzzle nostrils, flaring at scents only she understands. Moonlight bleeds through the broken roof, turning her piss puddle into a quicksilver mirror. You count seasons by doorframe scars, each notch deeper than the last. 9 damp summers since full crews sang over boiling vats. 3 winters since fever took the last fire tender. Outlines of missing tools haunt the walls, ghost shadows where salt scoops once hung secure. The trader's wagon creaks toward the Roman road, axle squealing like a tortured gull. His torch flickers against dusk, a dying eye winking behind alder branches. Goat breath warms your cracked knuckles, steady pulse beneath wiry fur. She sneezes, flecks of mucus glinting on your boot leather. Shadows swallow the mold's absence, empty spaces where clay bellies once swelled with promise. Mice scurry over ingots, confused by this cold, unfood-like invasion. The goat paws rotted salt sacks, creating a nesting stench of piss and nostalgia. Dawn finds you milking her, calloused thumbs coaxing thin streams into a leaky pail. The shed door creaks open, revealing last night's rain-swollen mud. Your knife adds notch 12, splinters dusting the threshold like ash from a pyre. Midday sun reveals rust blooming on pig iron orange flowers, devouring dull gray flesh. You shift ingots beneath the driest roof patch, metal clanging like the forge hammer ghost. No one hears. The goat butts your thigh, demanding attention like a spoiled thane's daughter. Her bleat scatters pigeons from the rafters, wings beating away sour memories. Hail peppers the shed at twilight, ice pellets bouncing off the goat's bony rump. She shelters in the brine-well alcove, nostrils flaring at long-dried mineral scents. You huddle beside her, shared warmth barely denting the cold. Mud squelches between toes, poking through worn boots, freezing faster than midwinter salt slurry. The 12th notch gapes, a wound refusing to heal clean. Historians tally sieges and crown dates, but no chronicle records the stink of wet goat in a dead salt house. Frankish laws taxed farmers per goat hoof, yet here her 4 dirty feet mean survival's math. Spiders rebuild webs daily, silken roads stretching from ingot stacks to mouse-gnawed beams. The goat naps often, dreaming legs twitching, as if chased through phantom pastures. You count her breaths between hailstorms, each exhalation fogging air too stale for ghosts. Moonrise glints on the newest notch, splintered wood hungry for 13's bitter cut. Your knife rests in the groove, waiting for time to sharpen its resolve. The goat's milk sours in the cracked pail, another relic for the rat's midnight feast. Wind howls through doorframe notches, playing the wood like a bone flute. Each carved wound whistles a different pitch, a discordant choir marking slow collapse. Frankish blacksmiths prize Anglo-Saxon iron, but your ingots rust where salt once reigned. You doze with your back against the goat, her ribs rise-fall, matching your wheeze. Dawn light paints, notch 12 gold, a false glow on last summer's tally marks. The trader's wagon won't return. The molds now hold Frankish seawater, their hollow bellies birthing foreign salt. The goat coughs, a wet rattle deep in her shaggy chest. You press an ear to her flank, listening beyond lungs to the faint drum of hooves, yet unborn. MUD, Chinese letter, offspring, might still graze here, long after your bones salt the earth. Rats gnaw the pail's last milk crust, noses wrinkled at the tang of slow surrender. Noon heat warms ingots slightly, enough to lure the goat into leaning against their rough skin. Your knife slips, nicking palm blood onto the 12th notch. Iron, salt, copper rust blood. She licks the wound clean without opening her eyes. Starving sparrows fight over goat hair snatched for nest lining, aerial battles above the empty brine vats. Pig iron shadows stretch like grasping fingers at dusk, reaching for clay molds exiled to foreign kilns. The 13th moon looms, a pale executioner, behind storm clouds boiling from the west. You gather children by the cold fire pit, its ashes swirling like gray goose down. Little knees press into mud, their eyes fixed on your salt-cracked lips. Tonight's tale drips with brine, you croak, pointing toward the shattered drying racks. 6 faces tilt up, cheeks smudged with Roman lamp, soot wafting from the Thane's new hall. Across the sea, Charlemagne's scribes meticulously recorded salt taxes. Yet your sagas live only on trembling tongues. A girl pokes the ash pile, releasing sparks, long thought dead. They rise, blinking fireflies, seeking vanished flames. When I was knee-high to a peat stack, you begin, voice rougher than a gull's cry. This pit blazed brighter than Thor's hammer strikes. One boy mimics your stooped posture, drawling exaggerated vowels until his sister shoves him. Their wool cloaks smell of Frankish lavender soap, a luxury your youth never knew. You describe the glow, 20 ovens roaring like caged dragons. Flames licked the rafters back then, painting workers sweat gold. Old Wolfgar swore salt crystals sang when ripe. You murmur, cupping hands like a ladle awaiting melody. The children squint, straining to hear ghosts in the breeze. A soft sneeze ruptures the silence. 12 blessings on you. You bark, nodding at tradition forgotten by their parents. Roman lamps glint from open windows, their steady flames mocking the pit's corpse-dark hollow. You spin tales of harvest feasts, iron hooks lifting salt cakes bigger than millstones. A dowry required 2 blocks. You fib, winking at skeptical eyebrows. Historians still argue whether Vikings looted salt sheds alongside silver. But your fiction warms better than facts. Fingers sketch vanished racks in the mud lines, intersecting like a mad weaver's loom. The girl traces salt crystals with her pinky. Were they truly blue as duck eggs? Their village leader imports white Roman grains now coarse as beach sand. A boy pockets charred wood, a relic he'll trade tomorrow for walnut shells. Midwinter brought the flame dancers. You rasp, arms swaying like weeds in river currents. Workers would leap roasting pits, their shadows climbing smoke toward forgotten stars. One child attempts a jig, slipping in goat droppings as peers howl. Your chuckle rasps like a whetstone. Roman lamplight bleeds across the yard, etching sharp lines where firelight once softened edges. You lower your voice, whispering of brine sprites who gift flawless crystals to kind souls. Grandma burned mussel shells to please them. You confide, knowing these youngsters favor saints over spirits. Archaeologists found cat skulls buried in Anglesey salt pits, but you omit that particular detail. Winter breezes knife through cloaks, scattering ash into squinting eyes. The smallest child crawls onto your lap bony as the axe handles rotting nearby. You shift, groaning as knees crack louder than kindling. Did ghosts scare the workers? She breathes, reeking of onion broth and toddler sweat. You spin a fable of moonlit salt witches, their hair braided with dried kelp, their palms wrinklier than drowned hands. Regular folk feared their blessings, for generous spirits drew hungry sea beasts. Historians smirk at such tales. Yet 80% of Saxon shoreline middens hold amulets against salt demons. Teeth chatter now, small jaws clacking like training swords. You cram the finale, describing how sparks once mimicked stars so perfectly. Elders taught constellations, using the hearth's dance. The children glance toward real stars, drowned behind the Thane's oil smoke haze. Roman lamps flicker indoors, losing their war against the night wind. The girl offers a crust of rye bread, her palm grease-shiny from stolen bacon. You decline, knowing her belly groans louder than yours. Did the salt taste better back then? She presses, gnawing her chapped lip. Like swallow song distilled, you lie. Truth tastes bitter memories of grit between molars, wormy barley traded for flawed blocks, but nostalgia smooths rough edges, polishing hardship into amber. The Thane's door creaks, a servant scowling at the loitering brood. Off to Roman dreams, you grumble, slapping knees stiff as frost-locked hinges. Children scatter, the girl sprinting toward lamp glow, shawl flapping like a wounded crow. You linger, prodding ashes for any ember still breathing. Wind whistles through the shattered shed, its tune higher than fire roar ever sang. Your empty palm itches for a salt scoop's worn handle. Thane's guards light torches soaked in Greek pitch, their flames straight and obedient. Alone now, you spit into the ash pit, a feeble offering to salt sprites long departed. Footprints fade from mud, little ghosts racing hearth tales that barely lasted a generation. The last Roman lamp gutters, plunging the yard into shadow richer than any story. Frost fingers pry at your walls, their wattled-up flesh cracking louder than greenwood in fire. Each gap weeps icy sludge, tears soaking your boots as you kick frozen mud from the threshold. The west wall bulges inward, its willow lattice groaning under 100 winters' patience. You remember how father mixed horsehair into the daub for stubborn bones. He'd grunt, though 50 summers baked it brittle. Archaeologists would later find honeycomb patterns in collapsed Saxon walls, desperate reinforcement against English winters. Snow thickens the thatch, its sag reminding you of drunk Thorkel after midsummer ale. Roof rods bow like old fishermen's spines. A brown drip stains your temple punishment for poking the rotting reed layers upstairs. Your breath hangs, a ragged curtain between you and the workbench. Tools lie frozen to their shelves, metal teeth glued by rime. One mainstream fact nags: ordinary folk reused Roman villa tiles for floors. Yet your people stomped bare earth. Soil shifts underfoot, 80 years of salt tread, compacting into something almost stone. The central post leans east, its oak toe rotten, where mice nested. You press a palm against the timber, feeling vibrations from a far-off cart. Frost heave splits daub faster than 50 fleas on a hound. The hearth offers no comfort, its stones colder than a jilted lover's stare. You crouch lighting tinder with trembling hands, but sparks die before kissing charcloth. A memory surfaces, grandmother nailing rusted blades above doorframes against nightwalkers. Let cold iron swallow their hunger. She'd croon filleting mackerel with the same knife. Historians still argue if early folk understood frost wedging or merely cursed the seasons. Wind slithers through cracks, sculpting snowdrifts indoors. Your milch goat butts the inner door, indignant bleats steaming in the gloom. She's right to complain her pens, now cleaner than any church floor bleached white by relentless drafts. Ice feathers bloom where her piss puddles, translucent ferns climbing the dung-crusted walls. You hack at a soggy timber with your sax knife, blade skipping off waterlogged grain. Wood yields only splinters, punishing your thaw-numbed fingers. A Norse trader once swore that piss-softened oak splits easier, though you'll not stoop to brewing that particular potion. Something clatters above squirrels or slates surrendering. The ceiling sways, a drunkard's dance, witnessed by no sober soul. Outside, iron cold seizes your throat. The goat trail leads toward frozen fields, no tracks spoiling the starched linen snow. Your woodshed's collapsed, birch logs, imprisoned under rafters, snapped like kindling. Charcoal piles lie buried, last summer's kiln work erased. Skeletal hawthorns shred the wind, fingers clawing at wool-gray clouds. Returning inside, you trip on buckled floorboards, the earth beneath them heaving like a restless sleeper. Saxon builders sometimes buried stillborn calves under posts, a grisly charm against termites. But this ground births only ice, shoving your home apart joint by joint. The doorframe splinters when you force it shut, crossbeam groaning like a wounded boar. Hail tattoos the roof, tiny fists drumming surrender. Water streams through gaps, washing soot, stains downward into abstract art. Drip by drip your life's work dissolves, floor becoming stream, stream becoming bog. Legends claim Picts built huts to collapse inward during raids, saving rebuild effort. You wonder which fool historian first spun that yarn. Teeth chatter a frantic rhythm, jaw muscles aching. The last fire log proves sodden bark peeling like blistered skin. You suck on frozen salt pork, flavorless leather scraping gums. Light fades early, day slain by blizzard's endless siege. Shadows thicken, pooling in corners like spilled ink. Mouse squeaks echo from the loft. Their pantry raids, now absurdly public. The straw mattress promises no warmth, its musty scent mingling with mildew and despair. Frost creeps across the wool blanket, claiming territory stitch by stitch. Silence presses harder than the cold, broken only by the house's agony. Each snap and pop jolts you like a war horn, your muscles coiled for flight. Clay cup shatters on the floor, its pieces skating across ice. Near dawn, the central post shifts again, a tired groan shuddering through beams. Reluctant light reveals walls slumping like tired drunkards against neighboring hovels. Wattle gaps gape wider, mocking your thin woolen patching efforts. Half-forgotten lines echo in your mind, great-grandsires humming while weaving willow through staves. Now their songs survive only in lattice patterns rotting under ice glaze. Historians dissect daub samples in warmed halls, never feeling how winter breathes through unbaked earth. You drag Milch goat into the lean-to, sheltering in the reeking warmth of her flanks. Chisel scrapes wood, carving one last mark on the doorframe. 98 winters since oak post first kissed foundation soil, if Granda's count held true. Blizzard relents at last, sun glaring off a battlefield of white. Your home lists like a storm-battered coracle door, banging open with each gust. Slow collapse has its own rhythm, crash and groan, mapping the end. Bundled in every rag owned, you chip ice from the well bucket. The rope snaps, wood clattering down the shaft like tossed bones. 70 heartbeats pass before a faint splash answers. Water veins beneath frost, still flowing when your house forgets how to stand. Nightfall finds you huddled in goat stench, her breath fogging the air thicker than your own. Each snap of timbers prompts flinches, muscles remembering war raids, yet walls still hold reluctant to surrender dignity entirely. Starving birds peck at the holly bush, ghosts of harvests past. You crush the last salt cake, sharing crumbs with goat. A final kindness, reward for mute company. Sleep brings no escape, dreams filled with Granda mixing daub, straw glowing gold in his muddy hands. Wakefulness returns like a birthing pang, cold knifing through dreams. Wall gaps now frame rose-tinted dawn, frost melting into shimmering knives. Roof slates slide, children giggling as they crash into snowbanks. Thatch sags further, its collapse only a sigh away. The goat pulls free, kicking frozen turds toward freedom. You salvage the salt ledger, wax sealed against moisture that breaches everything else. Nails prise up floorboards near the hearth, tucking parchment below. Maybe some fool will dig it up in 1,000 winters, puzzling over brine tallies while standing in ghost-soaked soil. Last glance sweeps the ruin, snagging on the cracked salt pot by the door. Its blue glaze still winks, a smudge of beauty in the decay. Sun climbs higher, glinting off ice-armored rubble. The eastern wall sighs, sinking into its own shadow like a weary elder. You step outside before witnesses arrive, spitting on the threshold like a final farewell spell. Wind steals the moisture before it lands, your offering rejected. Through the village, smoke braids above Roman-tiled halls, foreign geometry mocking your sagging home. One child waves, speck of brightness in the gloom. You nod, salt keeper, without salt, tail spinner, without haul. Your shadow stretches long toward the woods, thin as reed pen scratches. Behind the roof, finally submits, its tired spine snapping under snow's weight. Sound carries farther than expected, crash booming across silent fields. Feet crunch toward game trails, familiar paths blurred under white. Brittle hawthorn claws at your cloak, seeking warmth like every living thing. A crow mocks from bare oak branches, its cry echoing the house's death rattle. Snow resumes soft shroud, forgiving all collapse. Willow ash powders your boots, gray snow along the creek bank, where great copper kettles once stood. You stare at scorch marks on empty stones, their phantom heat pulling you like sailor sirens. Your toes curl inside sodden shoes, wishing for blistering hearths that haven't roared in 98 winters. Low mists rise dancing where steam once twisted toward rafters. Blue flames wink in peripheral sight, wear-lights born from peat rot and longing. You stagger toward them, arms outstretched, until boots sink into icy bog slurry. Historians still argue whether marsh gas fueled Saxon ghost tales or just empty bellies conjuring comfort. Cold wind hisses through eldest oak roots, the tree your grandfather called Woden's whisperer. Its hollow hums tonight notes deeper than monks chant. You press an ear against rough bark, hoping for counsel, but hear only blood drumming in your own skull. 59 villages once pledged salt to Winchester, your people's white gold traded for iron and favor. A bark peels back, papery strips clinging like sacrificial ribbons. Your knife chips frozen sap, amber tears worth less than a fart in a snowstorm. Memory flickers. Cousin Edwin joking trees bleed better than kings. After slicing his thumb during Yuletide, his whetstone lies under collapsed rafters, now history ground to dust. Moonlight stains the ruined shed's silver, long shadows becoming specters of salt sifters past. A raven croaks, black judge, presiding over your shambling pilgrimage. Your breath hangs, cloud prayers dissolving in the void. Saxon law required salt boilers to swear oaths on iron rings, an odd choice for men married to brine and flame. Salt marsh reeks sulfur and death-rot pricking tears from wind-whipped eyes. You scoop black mud, hoping for brine's metallic sting, but find only silt-layered disappointment. Workers once rubbed nettle paste on aching joints, a sting preferable to peat cutter's palsy. Your own knuckles balloon purple, poor advertisement for ancestral wisdom. Something glints in moonlight, a bent ladle half buried by flood muck. Its handle sports tiny teeth marks, some apprentices stress venting during endless stirring. Tongue probes your own molars, 3 missing since the barley mill incident. Could have been worse, your aunt lost an eye to a popping salt crust at 12. Westward, glowworms mimic distant Frankish lanterns, treacherous beauties leading fools astray. You count 73 steps toward false promise before shin meets hidden log. Agony blooms, a vibrant companion to numbness. Woden's balls. You hiss, invoking gods that abandoned these woods generations ago. The ash pit yawns, its belly once swallowing 30 oak loads nightly. Now it cradles ice-rimmed puddles, starry reflections swirling as you piss into the void. Steam rises briefly, ghost of warmth jeering your efforts. Wise wives claimed piss-boiled moss-cured warts, another lie sold with yarrow and hope. A pine torch gutters in your grip, pitch popping spiteful sparks. Shadows writhe on cracked clay crucibles, last vessels to hold your family's trade secrets. One sport's claw marks badger or desperation. Pink dawn stripes the eastern sky weak as watered-down mead. Your stomach growls, orchestra of emptiness. Hawthorn berries mock from bare branches, 3 moons early for their poison sweetness. Cold gnaws deeper than boots, stalking up calves like frost-starved weasels. You envy Danes burning Roman villas for warmth, a pyre of stolen elegance. Flakes begin falling innocent as lamb's wool until they numb your eyebrows. Ash swirls mix with snow, gray, and white lovers dancing toward oblivion. Blink away grit eyes stinging like the day the last brine spring gasped dry. Lightning forks the northern sky, thunderless spectacle fit for Loki's laugh. The air hums, owl feathers standing on your nape. Sheep huddle under rocky overhangs, their dung piles steaming faint defiance. Saxon shepherds stuffed boots with dried moss, better than Roman fleece against moisture. Your torch dies, smoke tendril curling like grandmother's last exhale. She'd sworn salt roots birthed all great roads, truth or pride. Now even tracks to market drown in bramble. Broken cauldron shards shift underfoot, glass snakes fleeing your tread. Dew soaks your knees, prayer posture without divinity. Frogs croak in icy shallows, their thaw come too soon. Last summer's midsummer bonfire left this scar circle of char, where youths once leaped for luck. Fire veered east that night, swallowing 3 hayricks, omens ignored at the harvest dance. The creek murmurs, secret keeper of stolen salt weights and moonlight bargains. You skim flat stones, each skip rippling stolen light. 27 bounces, Edwin's record, unbeaten since fever took him. Wind steals your whispered count, cheating the dead, because why stop now? Hail peppers your neck, godly pebbles seeking tunic gaps. Shelter comes as leaning hazel, its catkins dusting your hood like moth-wing snow. Thunder finally rumbles belly growl of a starved wolf pack moving in. Norse traders claimed lightning cleansed battlefields, convenient for looters eyeing unburned corpses. Southward, fading hoof prints suggest travelers earlier, people with places to be and roofs to enjoy. You follow step, sliding into step, until bog sucks a boot heel clean off. Cursing slaps the mist, no echo returned. Bare toes find sharp flint, blood blackening snow, pennyroyal crushed for numb relief. Rain replaces hail, needle dagger assault, parting your hairs, thin defenses. Candleberry bushes offer waxy leaves, useless without fire to melt their promises. The last salt keeper sang of beeswax miracles, his truth drowned in ditch mead. Oak gall ink stains your fingers, remnants of cellar records salvaged hours ago. Ravens will feast on blistered parchment, bitter meal for bitter birds. Roads dissolve into mush, no salt left to harden them. Dusk brings foxfire, false comrades glowing on rotten stumps. You crouch, warming palms over fungal deceit, till mildew stench overwhelms childlike hope. 20 heartbeats of pretending pass before laughter erupts raw sound, startling nightjars into flight. Stars swarm cold eyes, judging Earth's dusty blanket. Ursa Major drags her cub westward, axle grating on cosmic frost. Ice spreads inside your chest, fine lace climbing toward the gas point. Historians would later debate if low salt doomed Saxon health, or just bad luck and thinner blood. Thirst torments worse than hunger, tongue scraping leathery lips. Scooping half-frozen marsh water, you gag on iron and dead frog. Woad leaves float past, unbidden tattoo ink for Pictish ghosts. Maybe they'll rent your bones come spring, one more tenant in tired soil. North wind shifts, carrying church bells from 3 valleys away. Song after complin, foreign chimes, slicing through elder dreams. Your teeth chatter counterpoint, offbeat percussion to Norman choirs. The final hill looms its crest feathered with defiant pines. Legs burn climbing each step, sinking knee-deep in snow's false generosity. Summit reached, you glimpse valley fires, dozens. Not will-o'-the-wisps, real hearths pinpricking the black. Smoke tastes different here, applewood and contentment. A dog barks, cheerful noise, not heard since your hound chased deer into Dane arrows. Roof lights blur, salt tears, or exhaustion. Body refuses further commands, slumping against lightning-struck beach. Roots cradle you like grandmothers, unworked arms. Frost etches patterns on wool sleeves, nature's final embroidery. Dreams come not of roaring kilns, but silent forest pools. Pike glide beneath lily pads, worlds where brine never stung eyes. Your fingers uncurl, palm up, as if awaiting alms. Snow blankets the offering, forgiving all salt debts at last. Frost cracks like stale bread as you stir, stiff limbs protesting beneath snow's heavy shroud. Your fingers fish inside patched wool, probing for the deerskin pouch that holds your family's final grains. Cloth sticks to ice-sealed seams, peeling free, with the sound of skin tearing from cold meat. Eastward 3 crows pace atop a collapsed drying rack, judges awaiting your surrender. You shake the pouch, its whisper faint as termites eating rafters. Workers once buried salt cakes at crossroad shrines, insurance against wandering spirits. Today feels less a gift, more an apology scrawled on rotten parchment. Morning light bleeds weak honey through cloud clots, revealing the storehouse ruins. You pass moss-choked grindstones, their bellies full of rain instead of brine. Historians found 12-pound salt blocks in York, preserved under flea market cobblestones. The weight in your hand wouldn't sweeten pottage for a sick child. Mud sucks at worn boot soles, each step requiring 4 heartbeats of effort. Bluebells spear through snow here, cheeky bastards convinced spring's coming. Your laugh comes out a cough, ribs rattling like dice in a drunkard's cup. Northmen believed salt scattered at thresholds, trapped evil shame. You've none left to guard your own damn hut. The offering pit yawns, black-lipped and rimmed with wilted wolfsbane. Kneeling drives frozen gravel into flesh, penance you didn't agree to pay. Someone carved spiral reliefs, here centuries back, now weathered smooth as a baby's skull. You wonder if their gods answered before the Romans came marching with better roads and worse taxes. A moth-eaten thrush nest rests at the pit's edge, twigs woven with strands of workers' hair. Girls once left braids here for fruitful wombs, gifts times reduced to mouse bedding. Your pouch strings untie with glacial slowness, fingers clumsy as butchered sausages. Wind whips the first grains away, white treason vanishing into gray sky. Historians still argue whether grave salt protected souls or just discouraged rats from corpse nibbling. Ancient Egyptians used 14 different salts in mummification, though Cleopatra never had to ration hers like barley flour. The remaining crystals cling to pouch, seams stingy ghosts of your grandfather's booming trade. You shake harder, knuckles rapping on frozen earth like door-to-door doom. Distant church bells clang noon, foreign chimes smothering elder hymns under Norman noise. Something shifts below, pebbles skating sideways like beetles fleeing light. You freeze, half expecting Woden's one-eyed glare from the depths. Instead, a fat earthworm writhes up, coated in grit-choked slime. Its blind head quests, left then right, confused by off-season warmth. Your thumbnail flicks it aside, harbinger tossed like bad dice. 6 grains remain, paltry fistful, that shame any salt-keeper's ghost. Saxon ledgers mention midwinter offerings of beef and brine, but those were fat-year fripperies. Today's sacrifice tastes suspiciously like failure dressed in holy rags. Maybe the gods prefer Frankish sea salt anyway, fancy imported stuff that doesn't clump. Teeth grind as you empty the pouch, a grudging shower that barely coats your palm. Myth says English salt springs birthed where saints' tears fell, which explains why they've all dried up lately. Saintly sorrows must be in short supply, much like decent firewood and July sun. Fingertips brush the pit's edge, chalk-streaked dirt cold as a banker's smile. Workers whispered that salt could wake stone giants, whole hillsides shrugging off their green cloaks to stomp invaders. Looks like your pinch wouldn't rouse a dormouse, let alone a colossus. The last grain clings to a hangnail tiny mockery of abundance lost. You suck it clean, brine-sharp sting, exploding under your tongue. Memory ambushes, mother currying pork in oak barrels, the scent of juniper, and hope thick enough to drown in. Clouds vomit fresh flurries, burying the pit under innocent white lies. Worms flee downward, wisest beings in this God's forgotten valley. Your empty pouch flaps, thin leather tongue wagging accusations. Westward, fresh wagon ruts scar the Roman road, some optimist hauling goods to nowhere. Salt taxes built those highways, armies marching on sodium-paid cobbles. Now, they'll cart your bones off for free when the thaw comes sniffing. Sunset bruises the horizon, dull purple seeping through cloud rot. Thighs scream rising, knees popping like greenwood on fire. You press a palm over the buried, offering one last heartbeat of contact. Stones shift again underfoot, grinding whispers that might be gratitude or gas. No sprouts will rise come spring, just flint shards nudging up like broken teeth. Let historians debate whether salt ever bought miracles. You're fresh, out of faith and futures. 3 crows lift off, wing beats slicing the silence of a world unmoved by tiny white debts. Their caws sound suspiciously like laughter, or maybe that's just the wind gnawing through your last good nerve. You kick the dirt, but the earth's already forgotten your offering before your boot connects. Your breaths come shallow now, each sip of air thick, with salt dust dancing in slanting sunlight. The hut smells of sour wool and wet ash, straw pallet crackling under each small shift. You blink toward smoke holes, counting 7 patches of sky darkening like new bruises. Footsteps echo beyond the walls, just Edric dragging buckets to the long-abandoned brine pits. Folk once stuffed straw ticks with lavender against nightmares, proper pallets, when traders brought sweet southern herbs. Yours holds only mouse nests and memories of arthritic springs, biting through threadbare blankets. Workers crushed juniper berries into linen sheets, believing the scent rebuked plague shadows. Historians confirm such practices continued until Elizabethan pest houses arose. Fingers fumble under the pillow, probing for your grandfather's dulled skinning blade. Your hands, once lifted 100-pound salt blocks, now struggling with a thimble's weight. Slurred whispers curl upward, stories for rafters heavy with spider silk tapestries. A cough rips loose, wet scrapes raking your throat into bloody confetti. Flecks spray onto gray wool, speckling the fabric like rust blooms on forgotten tools. Midwives used to pack birth canals with salt, foolish hope of sealing life inside fragile flesh. Your mother swore it saved 3 siblings from womb malice, though you suspect luck deserved more credit than sodium chloride. Ribs ache where the lung rot nestles, a bad tenant refusing eviction notices. Through the doorway's crooked frame, you track shadows stealing across the salthouse corpse. Danes believed drowning men swallowed a teaspoon of ocean soul. But river ghosts here sip only silt from dried-up springs. The cough subsides, leaving copper tang sour on your tongue. Flies orbit the crusted wool, drunk on phlegm treasures. You drift toward a half-dream, remembering how summer sun once gilded salt mounds into fleeting Alps. Lightning flashes behind eyelids, that long-gone day waves licked brine pool edges. Farmers drove cattle through ankle-deep shallows, hooves kicking white spray into July's furnace breath. Laughter then tasted bright as stolen apples. Not this vinegar drag you nurse now. Blue lips shape old hymns, air wheezing through ruined bellows. Someone nailed horseshoes above doorway lintels, protection your father mocked, until lightning spared his shed. Ragged breaths hit sharp bones, lungs rattling like pebbles in a child's rattle toy. Village lore claims the dying hear 3 knocks, ancestors rapping farewell on spirit thresholds. Wind batters loose shutters, wooden thumps mocking that old comfort. Historians still debate whether peat-smoke shortened Saxon lives, or simple hunger polished bones to brittle sticks. Snowmelt drips through the thatch, chill tears plinking into clay bowls placed years back. The roof sags like a swayback mule, each new winter bowing beams nearer collapse. Cold seeps through straw, gnawing hips already ground raw against the palate. Toes flex inside disintegrating socks, familiar dance against numbness creeping up shins. Every salt master learned a truth young. Frostbite first shrieks, then whispers, then goes mute as a salted snail. Blisters bubbled on your brother's feet that winter, bursting when he peeled wool away with skin still attached. Your chin tilts, stubble catching stray threads from moth-chewed blankets. Eyelids droop, sky blur slipping away like brine through cracked vessels. Workers tied red yarn around corpses' thumbs, binding lingering souls. Parish records later banned this practice as pagan claptrap. But small comforts die hard out here. Thirst claws your throat water jug, sitting 3 miles away at the dead well's rim. Rain barrels brimmed with tadpoles once, their wriggling tails like cursive warnings on brackish pages. Now dust coats every vessel, silting the hopes of parched souls. Shadows deepen, bruise purple swallowing wall cracks whole. Venison stew simmers in memory, your mother's black pot rattling with time and marrow-rich bones. Saliva leaks from slack lips, sheen on wasted skin showing where hunger chewed deepest. The final cough arrives, a wet roar crashing through brittle ribs. It splatters black across your wrist, inkblot prophecy no hedge witch could decipher. Doctors in Canterbury might blame humors turned vengeful, but stagnant air and poverty walked you here. Fingertips twitch toward the rafters, failing to reach dangling herb bundles, sagging with rust-colored dust. Bread crusts fossilized beside your palate, last supper treats nibbled by beetles blessed with stronger jaws. Breaths grow sparse, gaps widening between gasps like dune grass in slack tides. Field mice skitter behind wattle, their squeaks sharpening as night claims full dominion. Air weighs more than salt sacks now, each inhale demanding coin you've long since spent. Coolness spreads, ivy tendrils climbing your spine toward nape hairs lifting in phantom winds. Lungs stop their war, stone still at last, beneath concave ribs. Your pupils fix on a drifting cobweb banner, waving unseen surrender to the creeping dark. Dreams arrive swift-footed, stealing you back to youth's muscle-bound dawn. Oak barrels brim with glistening salt. The bunkhouse shakes with drinking songs, and dice clatter. Phantom workers hoist sacks, their strong ghost arms immune to weariness and decay. Memory smoke snakes through dreams, peat-reek replaced by rosemary sprigs, tossed onto hot stones. Someone drapes a linen shroud, loom fresh and smelling of riverside meadows. Young voices croon not hymn or dirge, but tavern ditties praising red-haired lasses and stolen honey ale. Moonlight bleaches the now still face, sepia wash over salt-creased skin, relaxed into newfound softness. Two flies pause their feast, antennae waving like priests, blessing quietest of passings. Dawn finds the body empty, pallet holding only collapsed bones under snow-dusted wool. Wind winds through door gaps, flute song muffled by drifts, swallowing the hut whole. Frozen earth cradles the keeper beneath her mantle, soundless, till spring digs clumsy fingers into thawing ground. Eyelid frost glitters, false tears for an end, foretold in cracked cauldrons and dwindling grains. Smoke curls from distant hearths, too far to warm this tiny conquest of stillness. 3 crows land on the thatch, their silence the only tribute you'll receive besides snow's slow burial robes. Nettles conquer the kiln mound first, green spears piercing through last winter's frost-rotten leaves. Their roots tighten like thieves, fingers around cracked bricks, prying apart what took generations to stack neat. Rain comes often now, needle drops scrubbing decades of soot from iron hooks left leaning against the ruin. You crouch in mud, fingers tracing a blade gleaming false bright, its edge swallowed by rust blooms. Wild onion shoots split the drying shed floor, white bulbs breaching wattle like earth's own teeth. Oak saplings bow, where great hearths roared tender bark, blistered by lingering salt in the soil. Men once tamed this patch with fire and flint, grubbing up stubborn roots with mattocks dipped in pig fat. Historians note similar reclamation efforts after Roman withdrawal, when meadows birthed mead halls from untended ground. Wind unspools spiderwebs from rafters, silk banners surrendered to blackbirds lining spring nests. Where copper vats bubbled, frog spawn clouds now ripple in rain-filled hollows. Your boot crushes a clay mold half buried in loam, its distorted shape mocking the perfect bricks it once birthed. Someone chuckles behind you, just a jay mimicking human sounds from hawthorn branches. Rainwater polishes forgotten tools, their handles sprouting leathery fungus caps. A shovel stands rust-crowned, its blade dissolving into earth like honeycomb in hot mead. Saxon wives buried worn knives under thresholds, believing metal souls needed rest before Valhalla's forges. This heap needs no rites, just patient corrosion, turning ambition into orange dust. Bramble creepers scale the western wall thorns, catching tufts of fleece from passing sheep. You remember scraping wool grease from gloves after rendering vats, sticky lanolin clinging like regrets. Now beetles riddle those same gloves, their larvae feasting on salt-cured leather. 5 wood pigeons nest where salt cakes dried, cooing over stolen straw from the keeper's pallet. Noon sun bears the kiln's skeleton lichens, painting mortar joints with mustard yellow stains. One mischief-steeped tale claims nettle tea could clean Roman coins, though your grandmother swore it mended split knuckles better. Crippled fingernails dig around a brick, unearthing a frost-heaved horse, tooth turned blue-black with age. Mongrels drag off bones while you ponder its origin. Some gelding who hauled salt when Wessex kings still minted silver pennies. Worms churn the floor where workers spat, their castings burying ash layers under fertile brown curls. You find half a bone comb, 9 teeth snapped off, still bearing grease streaks from vanished hair. Rain blunts its decorative carvings, waves once symbolizing life's endless cycle now dissolving into sludge. A slow slug crosses the relic, leaving silver trails that glisten like snail mail runes. The brine well coughs up mud, caddies fly larvae building armor from brick shards. Sun-bleached snail shells cluster in its basin, pale spirals, echoing Roman trade amphorae lost at sea. Historians still argue whether brine pits held ritual significance or just reeked of practical toil. Frog song drowns the debate at dusk, their throats puffing louder than any elder's salt-cracked lectures. Thistle fluff drifts over the broken threshold, seeds lodging between stones for next year's invasion. Magpies loot the last iron scraps, beaks clanging like apprentice boys dropping tools. You pocket a pewter button, its stamped cross faded smooth by decades of thumb rubbing. Count 27 mushrooms colonizing the eastern wall, fleshy umbrellas sheltering woodless drunk on decay. Moonrise finds the ruin transformed, moth wings catching light where sparks once danced. Owls drop vole bones onto the sootless hearth, white shards among primroses blooming through cracks. Your shadow stretches across the site, brief tenant, already fraying at the edges. Wind shifts, carrying wood smoke from new charcoal burners deep in the forest. Their fires burn cleaner, hotter, fed by techniques wanderers taught for Frankish silver. Dawn reveals dew-strung cobwebs bridging empty doorframes, beaded necklaces hung by night spinners. A stoat kits wrestles a dried oak twig where salt graters once napped between shifts. Roots heave another brick loose, its descent muffled by moss padding the earth's hunger. Rain starts again, washing away your boot prints, erasing final proof you came to witness the end. Only the nettles remain steadfast, their stingless new growth softening as nature claims full rights. Tomorrow, bluebells will flood the flint road, swallowing cart, ruts in a blue haze. Tonight, the stars reflect off puddles in the salt pans, cold light glittering on water's mimicry of lost harvests. Iron hooks finally succumb their rusted necks, snapping as winds off the channel sing through the nettle sea. Weeks pass before you return, bluebells smothering the flint cart path in a haze of bruised petals. Their stems twist through wheel ruts, where oxen once groaned under salt sacks, heavy as sin. Roman road builders laid this trail, crushed chalk and flint, biting into marshland. But wildflowers care nothing for imperial stonework. Beneath the blue sea, buried flint still winks. When rain slicks the ground, black glass spilled by glaciers long dead. Some grandmothers claimed crushing bluebells invited fairy wrath. The wiser heads knew their sap, just poisoned pigs, rooting too deep. Your boots scuff through dew heavy blooms, each crushed blossom releasing a scent like drowned honey. No salt stains mark the trail now. Rain scrubbed every white ghost from the stones. Even the old wayside shrine wears ivy armor, moss chewing into St. Findan's weathered nose. Merchants favored that saint for safe travel, though your kin prayed harder to local spirits, guarding brine wells. Wind gusts from the east, bringing the distant shout of gulls from shores 2 hills away. Yet something else rides that breeze, a memory taste of salt drying on boiled leather aprons. You half expect to hear the crackle of kiln fires, then realize it's just birch leaves applauding empty air. 3 crows peck at flattened grass where granary stores once stood, their beaks stabbing at beetles grown fat on rotted barley. Historians still argue whether ancient salt routes followed deer trails or star paths. But magpies settle the debate by stealing crow feed right under their wings. Ahead lies the ruined well, its coping stones pulled askew by ground frost's slow fingers. You peer into the darkness, finding only wet rock and ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Local tales whisper of a salt spring goddess sealed beneath, her weeping turning brackish when Romans dug too deep. Your shadow stretches thin across the meadow, a fading stain on flowers thick as greasy wool. No hearth smoke mars the horizon, just haze clinging to wooded valleys where new charcoal burners work. Their chimneys poke above oaks like spears, a forest of sleek stone fingers. Sun warms your neck, same heat that once crisped workers' shoulders during late summer boils. A rabbit bolts from nettle cover, kicking up a blackbird guarding speckled eggs in the grass. Life feeds where death salted the earth, nature's ledger always balancing in the end. Buzzards wheel high overhead, their shadows stitching the meadow with quick dark threads. They watched this slope for centuries, saw boar give way to oxen, forest to field, salt to silence. Mongrels trot the paths, fringed tails high as they sniff posts where hounds once pissed beside traders. Late light gilds a hawthorn thicket, its branches cradling woven nests of field mice. Here a peddler might have rested his pack, offering tin trinkets to workers hungry for gaudy distractions. Now rabbits gnaw bark, while owls shift in hollow trunks, sated by furred prey grown, soft in peace. You bend to touch a flint shard, its edge still sharp enough to draw blood from a careless thumb. These stones outlast empires, outlast sweat-stained shirts, outlast stories told over salted porridge. It fits snug in your palm, a gray egg heavy with old fires. Wind shifts, brushing your cheek like the sigh of a keeper checking midnight embers. Someone carved initials into a beech tree, a century back swollen scars, now spelling nonsense to woodpeckers drilling below. Bark grows around memory, swallowing vows and curses alike. Dew rises as the sun bleeds into hills, fog coiling from damp earth like steam off cooling brine. Stars prick through violet dusk, cold points mirroring long-dead hearth sparks. Tomorrow thunder might roll over this ridge, washing more history into thirsty soil. But tonight, the wind tastes of distant seas, an old song humming where salt roads fade into flowered darkness. Your fingers close around the flint, its weight familiar as a forgotten coin in a winter cloak. Dew rises with twilight, mist curling over meadows like breath on cooling broth. Stars emerge, pale pinpricks mirroring long-vanished hearth-glow from this silent slope. Your hand stays warm around the flint, its edges nestled safe against your lifeline. Night breezes carry owl-calls across the valley, soft hoots stitching darkness to starlight. Fields breathe deeper, now earth releasing stored warmth into violet air. Even the crows have tucked beak to breast, dreaming of beetle feasts in tomorrow's sun. You taste no bitterness in this quiet, only damp grass and distant wood smoke from new homesteads. Those stone chimneys stand where salt boilers once knelt, but warmth still rises, still feeds, still endures. A single birch leaf drifts onto your sleeve, veins etched as delicate as salt crystals on dried clay. You let it rest there, a tiny vessel riding the slow tide of your breath. Flint weight anchors you not to loss, but to what persists beneath change. Wind gentles to a lullaby hum, old as buried flint, yet fresh as this moment's dew. Close your eyes if you wish. The meadow holds you now, holds all who walked here, holds every story whispered into its soil. Let your spine soften, shoulders easing like river ice, yielding to spring's first thaw. Each inhale draws in starlight, blue and cool as forgotten cellar stones. Each exhale returns gratitude to the earth, ashes nourishing roots beneath your feet. The flint grows warmer still, its fire memory kindling soft embers in your palm. No need to grip tight, rest your hand open as the night sky. All remains, all belongs. Darkness cradles the land now patient as fog gathers in low places where marsh phantoms once danced. Tomorrow may bring storms or honeyed sun, or both by turns. For this heartbeat, only peace sings through the salt-scrubbed stones beneath you. Listen, the wind murmurs of seas, yet uncrossed paths, yet unwalked rest, yet unclaimed. Let your thoughts drift like petals on the Blackwater's tide, carried toward dreams where flint sparks still dance in kindling. Your shadow has melted into the greater dark, yet you feel the earth firm beneath you, solid as the oldest flint, gentle as the last fading note of the breeze. Sleep comes as soft as ivy over forgotten stones, blanketing all in green quiet.